Alright you guys, so this tutorial I'm going to be showing you guys how to make a like a basic social media website where you can like sign in, have users, and you can like post stuff and comment and like or dislike. I'm going to show you guys how to build it with Next.js, Tailwind, Prisma, and I guess NextAuth are going to be the main technologies we're going to be using it throughout the tutorial. So I'm going to show you a showcase first, and then we'll get started. Okay, you guys, so here's the finished product. So I'm signed in as Max, and you can see I can edit my posts because I made them, but I can't edit Bob's post here because I did not write that. And then I can say edit, I can say hello edited, right? And then it'll redirect me to /post/that. Before I was on /this/edit, but now it's like this. I can add comments, I can like or dislike stuff if I want, and it persists. So if I dislike this, it goes away. I can undislike it as well, and it persists. And I can delete this post if I want, delete it like that. I can go to Bob's thing. I can't edit his because I didn't post it. I can like this comment if I want, and I can also edit my own comments. I can go like edit, whatever, submit it. There we go. I can delete it if I want, like that. And then, yeah, so I can also change light to dark mode. I can view my profile. So these are all the posts that Max has made. I made 2 posts. I've joined 6 minutes ago. I can also sign out as well, and now you can see I can't edit anybody's post. There's no 3 dots, and I can't like or dislike anything. And yeah, so this is basically what I'm gonna show you guys how to make. It's basically like a CRUD app. You can create posts, you can read posts, edit posts, or update posts and delete them as well. And also shows you how to use authentication and like database stuff and kind of like all that stuff. So that's what I'm going to be showing you guys how to do. Okay, let's get started. For this tutorial, I think it'd be good to know some basic TypeScript and React, but besides that, I'm going to take you guys from start to finish on creating this website. So the first thing you need to do is open the terminal, which I did with this control backtick, and because we're going to be using the terminal a lot. So the first thing you want to do is check if you have Node installed, Node V. So yeah, there we go. I have version 18, and if you don't have it installed, you can go to Node.js, just search Node.js, and you should find a download over here. You can just install that. Yeah, so make sure your Node version is around the same version as mine. I'm pretty sure the latest will also work. I haven't updated it yet. So then the next thing you want to do is so now if you have Node installed, that means you also have npm installed. And also I did CLS, which just cleared the terminal. I think also clear works as well. And yeah, anyways, so we need to create next app. So also go into a directory you want to go to, which is cd. I have this cd command to go to my desktop. You probably don't have that, so you can just drag a folder into VS Code, and when you open the terminal, it will automatically put you in that directory. So let's search up create next app, and here you'll find these commands. So if you have npm installed or node, you can use this. I'm going to use pnpm for this throughout this tutorial, so it doesn't really matter. Just paste in this command like that, and it will start creating the app. So you're going to have some options here. We'll name our project social media website. We'll use TypeScript, ESLint, tailwind, no source directory, app router, and we'll change the import alias to this squiggly line, because a lot of libraries use the @ symbol, and I think it's better to use the squiggly line so you can tell the difference. And yeah, now it will start creating the next app. So you can just wait for that. And you can kind of look through this documentation while you wait if you want. Okay, so now we do we'll do cd into, we call this social media website. So now social media website, and then we'll do code dot to open a VS Code of the current directory, like that. So now we have our Next.js app created, and this is the first step. All right, good job. Okay, all right, so now that you've initialized the app, we're ready to get started. So I've created this to-do list of what we're gonna do. So first thing is a basic setup, which is we're gonna set up the database schema and also some of the UI components. And then after, we'll start working on authentication. So that's the plan. So for databases, search up Prisma. Prisma is our ORM we're going to be using. Prisma IO. Quick start. What is all this? So for Prisma, we want to do npm. I opened up the terminal. npm, or pnpm for me. I for install, or you can use this command, and then -d, which means it's a dev dependency, and you just type Prisma, which is what we're installing. So just install that. So you can use this command if you're using npm. And then we'll do, for me is pnpx, for you will be npx, Prisma init. And I'll initialize Prisma. So I'll create this Prisma folder with this schema.prisma. Yeah, and we can just do clear CLS. And also create this .env file. So for this stuff, for env files, you want to do, if you're going to post this on Git, you're going to want to add this to your git ignore. So that means all files with the env extension will be ignored by Git, and because you don't want to show your environment variables publicly, that would be bad. Anyways, so let's go to our schema.prisma, and we're going to change our provider to MySQL. By the way, you can check for suggestions with control space, and then go to MySQL. That's the database we're going to be using. And then for our schema, let's start working on that. So the first thing we're going to do is, can I make this smaller? No. Okay, so we're going to make users a user like that. So model user, so they'll have an ID, which will be a string, and we're going to say it's an ID, and by default it will be a UUID. So, and then the users will all have a name, which will probably be unique, because it's good to have a name. And then an email. This will be used for authentication. For this tutorial, we're not going to do like email verification and stuff, because you need to have like a email, or like an email server to send emails, which is you can set it up, but it's just a lot of work. Anyways, the next thing we need is a password, which will not be unique to authenticate. And then we'll probably have let's see, we'll have posts. Oh, we'll create posts later. So we'll also have a created at, which will be a date time. Oops, date time, and by default it'll be now. So we'll know when we create a user, we'll know when they were created. Just and then we have an updated at, which will be Prisma actually gives you this @updated at. So whenever you update the user, it updates this updated at field. And then we'll start creating the next model. So we're going to want to create a post model for the different posts. So there's going to be users, posts, and comments. Those are the main models, and also voting. So this will also have an ID, which will be a string. ID default UUID, and then a post. It'll have a title, which will be a string. We'll say add db.text, which I don't know. I think it's db text is for MySQL. We're using MySQL. Anyways, content will be string db.text. This is for like longer text things to store in the database. And then the post, each post has to have an author. So author will be of type user, which we defined over here. And we'll have to say relation is fields author ID. Author ID. So let's create that field. So author ID, will be a string. So this will kind of connect the post and the author together. And then we'll do references the user ID, and then on delete is cascade. This on delete thing just means when the user gets deleted, the posts get deleted as well. Oh yeah, and I just did Control S to save, and it changed this up here to fix that. So let's move this over here. Yeah, and let's also change the name to be posts, like that. And then we'll also want to have a updated at and created at part. So let's go and paste that there. Yeah, because you can later we're gonna make it so you can update posts, and you want to know when they get updated. And then the next step we want to do is we want to create comments, which will be on posts. So ID string, we can actually probably just copy this, and yeah, there we go. So comments will just have content, they don't have a title, which will be string, and will be at db.text, like that. And then a comment will belong to a post and an author at the same time, because yeah. So post will be a post, and at relation to fields would be the post ID. So this is going to have a post ID and an author ID, and the references ID. So on delete cascade. So when the post gets deleted, the comment will get deleted. We also need to create a post ID, which will be a string. And then it gives us this error, but if we save, yeah, it does that. So now I said a post can have an array of comments, and we're going to move this over here, I guess. And since it's an array, you don't need to do this relation thing or whatever. Or yeah, anyways, comments. We'll rename it to comments so it sounds better. And then, oops, what did I just do? And then we also need to create a author. So author will be of type user. At relation fields will be author ID, which we'll create in a minute, and it will reference ID, and on delete will be cascade, like that. And then we'll say author ID is of type string, and it should format it so each user can also have comments now. We'll move over there, and we'll rename this to comments, like that. Also, if Prisma doesn't format, you might want to search up the Prisma extension for VS Code, because it makes it nice and good to look at. And then each comment will probably create a created at. Actually, let's just copy this stuff. So you can copy that and paste and format. And then the last thing we really need to do is create voting. So underneath our post model, let's create a model post vote, which will a post vote will actually not have an ID. It's gonna have an author and a post ID, so it'll be unique to the author and post because each user can only like vote once. So author will be user of type user. Relation fields is author ID. References user ID, and then on delete is cascade. And then we'll say author ID is type string. We'll fix that in a minute. Then user, we have this post votes thing. So what's happening? Let's move this over here and let's rename this to be post votes. Yeah, I think this is good. Post votes. Let's actually rename it to post votes, like that. And the reason why we're creating a post vote instead of creating a vote for comments and posts, because it just makes it a little easier. You can do that, but it's a little bit more work, I think, to set up. Anyways, to fix this unique thing, we're also going to make it belong to a post. So each post can have a bunch of post votes, basically. So post will be of type post, in relation to fields, post ID, which we'll make in a minute, references the post ID, and then on delete cascade. So when the post gets deleted, the post votes get deleted. Then post ID will just be a string. And then for the unique part, we're gonna say at unique. So then we'll combine the author ID and then the post ID, and now it fixes that. And let's also move this. Let's move this over here. Post votes. Yeah. So now, I actually forgot to include the vote type. So we'll say the vote type, which will be of type vote type. Let's define the vote type. Probably right here is good. So we're gonna make it so it can be either like a like or a dislike. You can't, like, it's probably better than making a different model for a like and a dislike, because this is probably better. So we're going to create not a model, we're going to create an enum vote type, and it can be like or dislike. And then, so now we know the type of this is going to be a like or a dislike. So now we don't need to create that or update it. That's not really relevant. And then we can copy this and paste it over here. And we'll say comment vote. And this is not right. So error validating. Oh, it's just gonna format it. So now it formats this. So we can just move this over here. Let's say comment votes, like that, and formatted. And then we should also check this. Oh, this isn't right. Comment vote should belong to a comment, not a post. So comment, then we'll say comment ID. I'll delete this, say comment ID, and also change this to be comment ID. So, oops, that's not right. So we'll delete this post part, and we'll also get rid of this from posts. And then we'll look at our posts, and we can move comment votes over here. Let's rename this to comment votes, like that. Save, and this should be everything we need for our Prisma schema. So we finished the database schema. So basically, this will be everything that our thing is going to have. So it's just users, posts, comments, and then votes. And these are kind of the same thing, but we separated them. So it's not crazy complex, just really like five models, really 4, because these are pretty much the same thing. We're just handling them differently. So it's not going to be crazy complex. And yeah, this is just our schema. So close this and we can move on to the next step. Okay, so now that we finished creating our Prisma schema, we have to create the Prisma client. So in our .env file, Prisma set up this database URL variable that we need to change. So for this, we have to create a database. So you want to search up MySQL Workbench for this tutorial, and you'll find a download here. Download now. I think it should be here. So you want to install this, and once you're done, you can move on. Also, you can also search up Planet Scale. So if you don't want to download and install this thing, you can use Planet Scale, which is they create a database for you, and then they give you this database URL, which you can put in here. But you have to sign in and stuff. So we're not going to do that, but you can if you don't want to have to install all this stuff. Anyways, once you install it, you can open it up here, and then we can get on to creating a database. So this is probably going to be the hardest part of the tutorial, installing this, but then after that should be all good. So press this plus sign and set up new connection. We can call it social media website. And then you just have that. Also, initially you're gonna have to create a password and stuff like that, and then just press create. We can open it, and then open up this, paste in a password. It doesn't really matter. Just press OK. Continue anyways. And then for connecting, I'm gonna open up VS Code. What's all this? And then let's full screen this. So, okay. So for this, we'll change the connection type to MySQL. Then we'll change this to be our user. I called it root. You might have a different one. And then your password, just paste that in. That's not my password. Hang on, let me get my password. This is just for connecting. And then, and then you want to change this localhost 532 to be probably, this by default is going to be 3306, I think. And then, yeah, so that's our database URL. Okay, by the way, you guys, so this is after I finished recording. I just want to mention, let's close this. I just want to mention that this URL is actually kind of wrong. It should not be /mydb, it should be /social media website, or whatever you named the database connection. And then if you just want to fix that, just run pnpm Prisma or npm run Prisma, and this will generate a new one with this new URL. You can see like here. So yeah, just so you know, /mydb might work, but you're not connecting to the right thing. So just make sure to connect to this. I didn't notice when I was recording, but yeah, now I do. So just wanted to let you guys know. Okay, so now we've created our database URL and along with the database. And if you're using Planet Scale, they'll just give you this database URL, which you can put in here. And now we need to generate the Prisma client. So whenever you make changes to the schema.prisma, you have to create a new Prisma client. So I made a few scripts. So go to your package.json file, and you can define scripts here. I basically defined this Prisma script, which generates the Prisma client. There's also this Prisma Studio thing, which is like a website that allows you to visualize your database. Then this migrate reset just resets the database, and then prettier just formats your code, nothing to do with Prisma. So open up the terminal, and then you can run the script. For pnpm, you do pnpm Prisma, and then for npm, you can do npm run, and then the name of the script, which is Prisma. So I'm going to use pnpm, just run this, and it should generate all this stuff like that. There we go. And then we can just clear everything, CLS, clear. And then now we have Prisma client. So we can move on with that, right? So now we have the Prisma generated. So let's close everything and move on to the next step. Okay, we got past most of the difficult stuff like the database. So now let's work on the actual website part. So let's search up shadcn, which is this UI library we're going to use. So just open up shadcn, get started. Where is it? Let's go with installation, Next.js. So you want to copy this, and I'm going to copy it for pnpm. Open up a terminal. Just just do that, and then it will give us this menu. We want to use TypeScript, default style. Let's use neutral for our base color. This is where our CSS file is. Yes. And then we're using tailwind.config.ts for tailwind config. And then our components, we're using the squiggly line, remember? So we'll name it that. And then same for this, we'll do @lib/utils. Yes. And you can change this later. It's going to create a components.json file. And we are using React Server components. So here's our components.json I mentioned. And now it's going to create all this stuff for us. And now we can install shadcn components. This is a pretty good UI library. It's very good documentation, kind of. So we'll clear everything, and the first thing we want to do is create themes. Also, we should make sure our Next.js thing is working. So do npm run dev, or if you're using pnpm, do pnpm dev, and that will create, it'll start hosting it on localhost 3000. So open up there. Let's open it up. There we go. Oh, they got a new menu. Anyways, so go to app page. This is the root page. There's lots of stuff. We don't need all this. So just go delete. Wow. And then we'll say it's going to give us this error because we don't have anything yet. So we'll do const page is equal to, const page. We'll just return a div with a p tag that says page or something. And then we have to export default page like that. So now it just says page, and it looks a lot cleaner. We don't need all that other stuff. And then here's the layout. So layouts are kind of like every page will have this layout, kind of wrapping it. You see these children, which is basically this page. Anyways, format this. Let's see if I can move this so you guys can see more. Anyways, let's go to the installation process. So here it says to do all this stuff. Let's copy this font. Or actually, it has font for us. Anyways, let's go. Let's change this to be a social media website. I'll just say this is social media website tutorial. Oh, there we go. Doesn't matter. Anyways, we want to import cn. So cn is one of the things that this create. Oh, it's not right. Do like that. So cn is in this lib utils folder. Basically, it's kind of for like class names. With Tailwind, it just handles it better, put simply. So here we can probably copy all this stuff. So we're going to do cn like that. And then we'll say we can copy all these class names like that. Okay. Oh, this is not right. Okay. And we can actually get rid of font sans. We don't need that. I don't think that does anything. And then that should be everything. Theme, we don't need that. But here's where UI is going to be. Yeah, so now let's take a look. Nothing should really change. So first thing we need to do is set up theming. So we'll go to this nav bar. We're going to do dark mode. We want dark and light mode. So we want to install next themes. So you can do npmi or pnpmi next themes, which is this library. Also, if any of the libraries are like working differently, I'm probably going to have a GitHub link where you can look at all the versions of each library to make sure everything is around the same. And then it says create this theme provider file. So in our components folder, we're actually going to create a new folder called providers. The different providers. I'm going to say theme provider.tsx. And we can just copy everything from here, which is very nice. And then we want to put this theme provider here. See if I can move this so there's some more space. I know there's not very much space. I have to split these two things. So theme provider is not defined. That's okay. And then we'll put children right there. And theme provider, you can do control period, I think, to get a import, and I'll just import it from somewhere. Theme provider. Actually, this is not right. This should not be from next themes. This should be from our own created one. So it should be slash components slash provider slash theme provider. There we go. And then a mode toggle. So for dark mode, we're going to need to do a few things. So let's create a theme toggle component. So theme toggle tsx. So we'll just create it in our components folder. Let's clean this up a little bit. So close everything. And we need to install drop-down menu to make it like a drop-down menu. So, oh yeah, by the way, you can do Control K to open this up and search up drop-down menu. And then you want to copy this command to install drop-down menu. So, you know, it's good to set up dark mode early on, because then you don't need to go through all your CSS and change everything. Anyways, we have drop-down menu installed. By the way, everything from shadcn will be installed in this UI folder. Don't worry about this error, doesn't matter. So let's create a theme toggle. So we'll do export const theme toggle, which will be a function component, and then and then we'll say we'll return div, we'll say theme toggle for now, and let's just display it on our page for now. We'll say theme toggle and give you that import, and there we go. So theme toggle, let's actually put some stuff here. So we don't need this div, that was just a temporary thing. And then we'll return, we don't need this semicolon. anyways, let's return a div. Yeah. So we don't need, doesn't matter. Let's go drop down menu. So this will wrap everything. I'm gonna say model is equal to false. And then drop down trigger. So this will be the thing that opens the drop down menu. So drop down trigger menu trigger. Let's see if it comes up. And it should import it automatically. I'll say as child. As child. There we go. And then we're gonna, so this is the thing that triggers everything. So we're also gonna do, we're gonna have an icon, sun, moon, from Lucid React, like that. I'll say class name is width 6, height 6. So, and then is this displaying? So let's say class name is text zinc 500, and then on dark mode is text zinc 400. Hover is hover, so hover is light mode. By the way, dark means on dark mode this will be applied, and if it doesn't say anything, that means it's by default light mode. Dark, and if it's dark, it's hover. Whoa, dark hover text white. Also make it duration, probably 300 is good. Ease in, out. Out. There we go. Let's see. Oh, we're not running the server. That's why it's not updating, by the way. Just run pnpm dev or whatever. npm run dev. Refresh. Takes a while on the initial. Okay, so here we have this thing. Oh yeah, let's also make this cursor pointer. So this just means our cursor will be this finger now. So let's go to theme provider, not theme provider, sorry, layout. There should be a default theme. We want our default theme to be, let's make it dark. Dark, there we go. Now it looks much better. Currently this dropdown doesn't do anything right now. So now we need to make drop down content, drop down menu content, like that, at the same level as our drop down menu trigger inside the drop down menu. So then you can make drop down menu items, menu item, like that. And then we'll just say we can put div, say class name flex place items center, oops, center, width full, and gap is 2, and then we'll say, we'll put a span, we'll say light mode, and then we'll put a sun for light, you know, and import that from Lucid React, and then we'll say class name, lagged moment, and then ML auto. Okay. Model. So here we go. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's not in the right spot exactly. Align is equal to end. This should fix it. That's not right. Drop down menu content. Let's see. Line. We do line left. That's not a thing. Line end. That's very strange. Oh, I think I know why. It's because if you inspect, this thing is taking up the whole size. It's so we should say width is max content. That should fix it. There we go. Sorry about that. And then we want to make it so oops, that's not right. We want to make it so this class name is cursor pointer. So now it's a pointer. Yes, there we go. And then what we want to do next is want to make this actually do stuff. So let's change, add an on-click event. I don't know why I'm not getting any suggestions. I'll put an arrow function. I'll say set theme, and we have to import. I have to import this, so say const. We'll destructure set theme, and we'll do use theme, like that. And whenever you use a hook, you have to say this is a client component, so you just say use client, like that. And we have to say set theme. I'll set theme it to, oops, say light mode. So this will set it to light. That's kind of, yeah, and it'll persist. So when you refresh the page, it even remembers. So, oops, what just happened there? Let's copy this, and then let's go paste. Let's paste it 3 times. So paste. So now it has 3 of these, and then we'll change this to be. We'll change this to be dark, and then we'll change this one to be system, and then we can just do the same thing here, dark, system, and then we'll change these icons as well. So change this to be moon from Lucid React, and then this would be let's do, by the way, if you want to go to lucid.dev, you can see all the different icons, view all icons. So let's do like system, see if that's not very good, gear maybe. So you can see settings. So oops, let's close that. Let's open that back up. Change this to be gear from, what was it called? Settings, not gear. There we go. So now we have all the different things, light, dark. Oh, that doesn't do anything because I spelled it wrong. Dark. That's very strange. There we go. Take a moment. So now we created our drop-down trigger. So light, dark, and system. Light, system. Anyways, let's create the next thing, which is our navbar component. So this is like one of the first things I usually like to create. So let's do export const navbar, which will be a function component, and then we'll return, let's return a div for now. It says navbar. And then for this page, let's get rid of the theme toggle because we're gonna put the navbar there later. And then, oh yeah, by the way, we should create a new folder. So with the app router, they have folders, and if you put it in parentheses, that means it's like it's just a naming thing. It won't affect the actual thing. You'll see. And let's put page tsx in there. There we go. Update imports, sure. Then we'll also create a layout.tsx folder here. I'll say export const layout. I'll return, let's see, let's return, so we want to divide it into 3 different parts. So we'll go app, yeah, so so basically for this one, we're gonna have, this is like the main stuff, and then we're also gonna make an auth folder later. So we'll just do auth for later. Actually, we can delete that for now, but that's the next step anyways. So we'll return a div, class name will be with full, let's put in children, which we have to get from here, children, we'll destructure that, and it'll be of type react node, same as in the root layout. So there's the default. Oh, this cannot be that. It has to be a default export. So layout, there we go. So it looks the same, but now we're actually, you can see, that's kind of hard to see. Can I move this? Move this. You can see it's wrapped in this div that says with full, which is here. Anyways, let's create, do we have our nav bar? We have it, so we can just import the nav bar like that, and then let's create another div to put all the children in. I will say class name py20, so padding y20, and then on small, this is how you define for like media queries. Say 60%. Medium, it'll be 40%. So basically, if it's the smallest, it'll take up the entire width, and here it takes up that, and a medium, it takes up 40% of the width. Okay. Oh, it's all the way on the left. We want to center this, so we'll do mx auto, margin x auto. So now everything is centered. You see, when we get bigger, it goes like that, and when we get super small, it just takes up the full width. We don't need this. Don't save. And then here's everything. And now we can start working on the nav bar. Okay, now we've got most of this set up. Only thing left is the nav bar. So let's close all others for now. And let's get rid of this placeholder thing. I'm going to put another div in here. Let's make this a fixed thing. So let's change the color. So BG neutral 200. So on light mode it'll be this color, and then on dark, dark is BG neutral 800. By the way, there should be a Tailwind extension. You can just search it up, and it'll give you like a much more better suggestions. So you can just install some of these. Anyways, py2. Let's see. So that's our nav bar so far. Fixed will make it fixed. Top 0. Have to specify that. Left 0 as well. And then with full. So there we go. And we'll put more content. So it looks a little small right now, but we'll fix that in a moment. Let's put everything in a grid. So we'll do class name, grid flow column, base items, center, and then we'll have a gap of 2. Usually how I do things. And then let's put a link here that redirects us to home. We do need to install import from next/link. So this is basically a next own link component. I will say this will return to the root page, and then we'll say social media website. Yeah, website. So this is usually where you would put like a logo, or it should be in the corner, by the way. So let's add some style that says margin right auto. So now it's aligned all the way there. And so let's change this to be let's just change this to be padding 2 in general. So there we go. And then the next thing is we want to create a div that says sign in and sign up div. So, and we also want to add our theme toggle. Let's add the theme toggle real quick. So theme toggle like that. Yeah, let's say class name with max content and margin left auto. So this should move everything there. And then for the buttons, we want to create a link component that will redirect us to a sign in and sign up page. And then next we'll start working on authentication. So we'll say, let's do sign up. And we also need a href. So we'll do /sign up, which will make this page later. That does not look very good. So let's change this to be a grid flow call gap with 2. There we go. That looks alright. And actually, let's change this to look like a button. So you can actually do class name and don't make it a string. You can actually say button variant. Oh no, we can't. I think we need to install a button from shadcn. So do search for button, and then we'll copy this. pnpm, open up the terminal. By the way, you can create multiple terminals. It's pretty useful. This will be using this sometimes. Oh wow. So I'm installing the button. Okay. Install this button. There we go. We can actually get rid of this terminal. So then now we have a button component, and we're just using this to get this button variance, which we imported from what we just installed. And you have to invoke this function. And look, so this button variance returns a bunch of stuff. Now we have a nice, decent looking button. And let's copy this, right? And then paste it here. And we'll also change this to be sign in. And we'll change this to be sign in. So these pages don't exist. If you press it, it's not going to lead you where you want to go. Also, let's center. Let's do place items center to center that theme toggle like that. Very nice. And that should be the navbar done for the most part. Once we create authentication, we'll have it display a logout thing for if you're signed in. But that's pretty much everything for this navbar. So we did that. Okay, so now we've created our navbar. We want to work on authentication, which is a sign in and sign up. So we're going to be using a library called nextauth, and press get started. So then copy this install command, and now it says we have to define a auth options in this API/auth nextauth route. This is in the pages router. We're using app router, so it's gonna look a little bit different. It'll be mostly the same. You can actually create a new file, so you can do /API auth/nextauth and like these brackets, and then /route.ts. So if you didn't know, VS Code will create like a bunch of folders like that. And here they define the auth options in the route. We're going to define it in somewhere else. We're going to create a folder called auth, or a file called auth.ts. And here's where we're going to specify the auth options. So first thing we want to do is export const auth options, like what they did. And then it'll be an object, and we can actually get types. So if we say, I think it's next auth options, like that, we can just import it, and now we have type safety. So we have to find the providers as providers are basically the ways they can sign in and stuff. So let's import the credentials provider. Credentials provider, like that. Credentials. Okay, that's not right. It should be a default export. So let's get rid of these brackets, like that. Credentials provider. And there's a few options. So let's see. Name. We'll just say sign in. So NextAuth handles signing in, but we're gonna have to create our own sign up workflow. Like, anyways, credentials. I'm gonna say there's an email credential, and it'll be the name, not name, sorry, label will be email, then the type will also be email. This is also for like, NextAuth will give their own sign in page, but we can create our own later, which is what we're going to do actually. And then we also want a password, so label which will be password, and then type will be password. There we go. And then let's go. And we have to define a authorize function. Not here, that's not right. Define it up here. There we go. Which will be a function. It's going to be an async function. Or get credentials passed in like that. And then first thing we want to do is check if there's no credentials dot email or no credentials dot password. We're just going to return null, which means they signed in failed. Okay, and then you can see the error gone away. And then after that, we want to check if their password is correct. So now we know they have a password and email. We're going to look for the user with that email and then compare passwords. So const user is await, and this is why we're using async. And db, we actually haven't created db. So what we have to do is create a new db thing, which we get from Prisma. You don't have to, but this is a good practice. So import Prisma client like that, which we generated. And by the way, if there's no Prisma client types, you might want to, oops, that's not right. You want to do Control-Shift-P, and then you can do reload window, and that'll usually fix it if your types aren't working properly. So basically, declare global var Prisma is Prisma client or undefined, and then export const db equals global this dot Prisma or new Prisma client, which we invoke, and then if process .env dot node env does not equal production, then global this dot Prisma is equal to db. I did not write this, by the way, so this is something it's basically makes Prisma, like, I think it's so it doesn't have multiple instances of Prisma running. I'm not too sure. It doesn't really matter. You don't need to know what's going on to use this. Just know this is basically Prisma client, but it checks for some other stuff just to make sure everything is working properly. And then you can just import it now like that from our libdb, and then we can create, this is the user model we created, and we can look for the first user that has this email, which will be the credentials dot email. All right, good. So next up, we have to do if the user dot actually no, we'll just do if no user, then we'll return null. So if no user exists with that email, then they can't sign in. And then we'll check if their password is valid. Is password valid? We can store in a boolean is await compare. So we need to install a library called bcrypt. So pnpi bcrypt. So this is just for encoding passwords, so you don't store it in raw text. Okay, nice. So let's install compare. No? Okay, let's import it. So import compare from bcrypt. cannot find a declaration file. So bcrypt doesn't have any type, so let's install @types/bcrypt. Most libraries will have a @types thing for TypeScript, and it'll be a development dependency because it's just for our IDE to know what types are there. And this error has gone away. Good. So now we can do compare, which we know exists because types, or compare the credentials.password along with the user.password. So this is all, I don't know if I mentioned, but this is all sign in stuff because Nextauth handles signing in but not creating users. So yeah, we'll have to do that on our own. So if password not valid, return null, and then we'll return an object with ID being the user ID. So we'll return everything we want to know. So, and then the user email as well, and the name. Name is user.name. There we go. We don't want to return the password because we don't really need that. It's not great. And then we'll define some callbacks. So actually, we have to do one thing, which is do session. We have to declare the strategy, which should be strategy. There's JWT is our strategy. So that's just the way it handles it. And then we'll define a session, which will be a function. We can destructure session and token like that, and the error goes away. And then what we want to do is const new session is equal to we're gonna have an ID, which is gonna be token.sub, and then session, no, not session, so email will be token.email, and then name will be token.name, like that. I'll return new session. In comma not allowed. Return new session. So these are undefined. Oh, by the way, we should create a types. So we're creating our own session type, not using the Nextauth session type. So create a types.ts file. We'll do export type session is equal to, let's have an ID which is string, and then email which is string as well, and name also string. There we go. And then we'll say this is of type session. Import it from types. And now I'm saying this is let's say these are like that. There we go. And what's this error? It says type available session. Let's see. Type session. So session, new session. You know what? Let's just do @ts_ignore. There we go. We can come back to that later, maybe. And then for JWT, we'll do destructure token, and then we'll return token. Okay, now that should be good. And then we'll define custom pages. And this should be the last thing. Sign in, which will be our sign slash. We have to have a slash sign in, and then sign out will be slash sign out. There we go. What else? Oh, we can also create export const. We're gonna create a function called getAuthSession, which will basically get the session server side. There's also a way to get session client side, which you wrap in a session provider, but we don't need to do that, I'm pretty sure. And then you have to pass in auth options. So this returns session. There we go. So that should be everything. So now the next thing we need to do is let's create this. So we have to actually make the route. So import next auth from next auth slash next. Yeah, that's right. And then we'll do const handler is equal to next auth, which we imported, and then our auth options, which we made in our lib/auth file, and then export handler. So this handler will basically make it work for get and handle it as post. So this makes it for both of those. Yeah, that should be everything for next auth. Okay, there's a few things I forgot to do. We can ignore this step, but first let's actually we don't need this session argument. Then we want to say that this returns a session like that. What's this saying? Type $. Oh, this should be a promise, by the way, as well. Promise. So we'll say this is a promise. What's this now? Oh, this is because it might return null, so it can be a session or null. So this basically means this is the session we defined. So we're not using the next auth one because we're returning our own things here from our database. And then one other thing we need to do is, I don't know if it says here, but we need to do a next auth. Let's close others. We have to do a next auth secret. So next auth secret equals, and then is there, what is all this? Introduction. There should be a command somewhere where you can create it. So getting started, next auth. I don't know. I think there's a command called like open SSL rand 32. No. There's a command. Can I just type help? This is not the right help. Open SSL. What was the command? Sorry. Configuration, initialization, next auth, environment variables. This is probably it. Next auth secret. Yes. So yeah, here's the command. Sorry, that took a while. Open SSL. There we go. That's not right. Oh, it copied the $sign. I don't want to have that. Yeah. So now you just get a random string. And basically this is the next auth secret used for stuff. And yeah, that should be next auth setup. I hope I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah, okay. That's all good now. Okay, so now it's time to start working on the authentication part of things. So let's search up, actually let's first off start up the server again. I closed it. Let's just go back to localhost 3000 like this. There we go. And then let's create a new route. I do these should be parentheses main, not main, sorry, this should be auth. So here in auth we can create our own layout.tsx. Basically we'll do const layout is equal to children. So this is similar to the other layouts where we get children, and children is of type react.react node, and then Oh, what did I just do there? I think I wrote like, there we go. Anyways, so this will just wrap all of the pages in the auth folder. So we'll do div and we'll put in children, like that. And then we want to center everything. So do width full and then H screen. So this will take up the whole screen, and then grid place item center. So that will just center everything. And then this is a default export, so we'll just export it like that. And then now we can work on creating the sign up page. So we'll do the sign up page first, because then we can create users, and then we can start working on the sign in after that. So what do we need to do here? Oops. So it's just a page, so const page, and then we'll just return div sign up, and then we'll make this a default export. So default export page, and then what we need to do is slash sign up. Yeah, there we go. And now look, it's centered and it has our sign up thing, and centered because of this. And yeah, now we can start working on creating a, what's it called? We can start creating on the sign up form, which allows you to register. So go to shadcn and we'll search for form. So copy this npm. Let's actually close the next server for now. Oops. And then paste this in to add the form component. Okay, so and while we're waiting for that, let's create a new component, a new folder called auth. So this is where our authentication components are going to be. I'm going to do sign up form.tsx. So now we've created this. Let's copy this. Is this completed? No, it's not. Whoops. There we go. So there are a few things. Oh wow. So a few things we need to do. So let's. Okay. So. Oh, they created the form and the onSubmit function here. So we can just paste that there. There we go. Format everything. Delete these comments. And this says field. Oh, let's actually make some more space here. Sorry guys. Let's remove that. Let's say field is our type any. And I'll get rid of that error. And then let's put that away. And then we need to import all this stuff. And these are actually not right. This should be a squiggly line, because that's what we defined it as. And then let's start installing some of this stuff. There we go. So that removed most of the errors. Now we just need to install an input. Just copy this command and just paste it in there. And then we also need a React hook form as well. So let's install React hook form. So React hook form. Wait, you have to install it. Sorry. React hook form. Like this. Okay, there we go. And then let's start working on a form. What's this error giving us? Let's try reloading it. Reload window. Hopefully that goes away. I think it has. So if you're getting like some type error, just reload it. And yeah, so anyways, what is happening here? So let's import our sign up form. Wait, did we? Oh, we copied this, so this should be sign up form. So let's rename this to export const sign up form. Let's make this an arrow function as well. Let's import function component type. There we go. Yeah, this should be everything. So then now it should show up in the, there you go. So we're not running the server, by the way, so you don't see any changes yet. So just start it back up and reload this sign up form. Let's see. There we go. So this is the one we copied from ShadCN, and now we can start working on making it our own sign up form. Okay, so let's start making this sign up form work for us. So this just has a username as of right now. We want to make it, I changed the minimum character limit to 1 because I think that's nicer. So name. So to sign up, there must be a name, email, and password. And let's change this message to say username is required. So by the way, this form schema basically defines what fields we want in our form, and it does this validation with Zod. I don't know if you guys have Zod installed, but you need to install Zod and React Hook Form. It came installed, which is nice. I don't know how. I don't remember installing this. Anyways, so Zod is basically validation for stuff, and you can use it on your backend as well. So you can share types, and you'll see how we do that later. And we'll have an email. Actually, let's copy this, right? And then let's just paste this a couple times. Yeah. So let's change this to say email, and then this to say password. There we go. And then we'll say email is required and password is required, like that. And then for default values, we'll say name is just an empty string, and then email, what happened there? Email is just an empty string, and then password is also an empty string. And this form, this is use form from React Hook Form, and then we use Zod, Z and fur. This Z means Zod, and the type of the form schema. So this is how we get types. It's type safety. You can see the types here. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. This is not assignable because we just find the types. So we're gonna have a name field, and we're gonna say username. Username's fine. Placeholder will say enter username, and then we'll say we don't need a description. I don't think so. There we go. Very clean. And I think we can just, let's just copy this like that, and then let's paste it. Paste it again. There we go. So now we have 3 of those. I'll change this one to be email, and then this one says email as well. And then we also say email. This one will be password. Password. I think I can I just copy this and then paste? There we go. So now I have email, or username, email, password. And then what we have to do next is, let's change this to say register. Register, very nice. And then let's add some styling. So let's add, we don't need this. Let's not. So let's make this a grid actually. Grid flow row. So this will flow down. Oh, the register button got bigger. That actually looks okay. Let's leave it like that. Gap 2. So that spaces it out a little bit. Padding. Actually, let's add a div, right? And let's move this in here. So select this entire form, delete that, and put it here. So this is now going to be wrapped in a div. Let's say bg neutral, 200. And on dark, we make it BG neutral. Oops, neutral. That's very strange. Neutral 800. I think our background is 900. Yeah, that looks okay. And then let's make it padding 4. Yeah, that looks alright. Rounded medium. There we go. And actually, let's make this only small is rounded medium. So actually, that's not right. It's there. Rounded medium. So let's inspect. So when it gets really small, let's make it so there's no border. How do we define that actually? We put it in our layout somewhere. Actually, you know what? Doesn't matter. Let's just go with this, you guys. Well, this looks okay. Anyways, actually, let's make this button. Can we make it like padding top like 2? Is that? I don't think we can do that. I think we have to wrap it in a div. So let's create that, and then let's move this over here. Oh, the button got a little smaller. That's okay too. So let's say padding top 2. There we go. That we just space the button out a little bit, and then what else should we do? We should create another div. And we should say, let's see, say already a user, a question mark, and then we'll say, let's add a link component. Link. We can import that. I'll say sign up, or no, sign in, sorry. And the href will be sign in. So if they're already a user, they can click this link and they'll be redirected to the sign in page. Let's say, so let's change this to be a span, like that. And then let's say, let's make this blue. So text blue 500. Let's do hover. Hover is text blue 700. And then let's say transition. So this will just make it smooth, like that. That looks not too bad. And then let's actually center all this text. So class name text center, like that. Text extra small. Actually no, text small. Actually let's leave it like that. Font semi bold. Does that look good? Not really. I don't know. Let's leave it like that. That looks okay. It's CSS, not a huge issue. So anyways, now we want to handle the on submit. So let's open this up. Let's type in some stuff, register, and then it should console log it. Oh wow, this is a little cramped. What's this? Warning from, oh, by the way, if you're getting this strange error, it's because you need to add suppress hydration warning. There we go. That strange error. And now it should go away. There you go. Let's submit this form. And now you can see we got a object with email, name, and password. Very nice. So let's customize this on submit function to do something actually useful besides console log everything. So let's put it in a, let's put, we're going to post to an API, which we're going to make later. So this API endpoint, Axios, what's that? Let's import Axios. We actually haven't used this form description either. So let's delete that, and let's do import Axios from Axios. And Axios has not been installed. So let's, what just happened there? So PnPI Axios. So Axios is a very important thing, just makes it easier to make API requests. And there you go, there's the error gone. And let's just start everything back up. So let's get back to making this on submit. We can keep the console log. Actually, we don't need it really. So let's do const response is equal to await ax. Oh, there should be an async function as well. So let's do async because we're using await axios.post, and we'll do slash API. So we'll make this endpoint later, slash users slash register. By the way, so I already said, but Nextauth doesn't handle user creation. So we have to make our own way to create users. And values is basically, we logged it earlier. It's basically this object. So on our API endpoint, we're going to receive this values object. So yeah, that's pretty much what we'll do. What else can we add? We can make it so, let's see. Oh, you can actually make this button a little better. We can say disabled is equal to is loading. So basically, let's check if the form is loading, and const is loading is equal to form state that is loading. So basically, we'll do that. And now when we press register, we'll probably get an error. But somewhere, let's check the log. Let's see. So yeah, we got an error. Basically, we haven't created this endpoint. So let's do that next. Okay, so let's start creating this endpoint. Basically, we need to create an endpoint to create users. So let's go ahead and go to API. So this is our API folder, and we said users slash register. Users. Let's create a users folder. This is reflected, and then let's also create register slash route.ts. I like to put like register or create or whatever, like, because I don't like having a create and a post and a delete thing in each folder. So I just create like a thing because I feel like it's clear to see. Anyways, let's close to the right, and then let's say so this should be a post thing. So like export async function post. It should be all caps, and then this should be a request, and it'll be a type request, which you should just have like this. There we go, very nice. And then let's put this in a try catch block. Catch, and we'll catch the error. And for our error, we'll do okay, so we'll do console log. We'll just log the error. So we'll say users underscore register. So we'll know where this error came from, and then we'll log the error as well. And then we're also going to return new response. There we go. And we'll say internal error, and then we'll say status code of 500, which means it's like a server thing. And then okay, so let's do const data is equal to await request.json. There's a function. It's a function. And then we have to extract the data from here. So we're passing in values, sending in values. So let's actually, let's create a validator that we can share, because right now it's here. So let's go in our lib folder and create a folder called validators. Yeah, like that. And then we'll create a one called user.ts. And we can actually copy this form schema. It's going to basically be the same thing. So copy that. I will say export const user register validator, like that, and then import to Zod. That should be all good. And let's move this. I hope you guys can see everything. I know it's a little cramped, as I mentioned earlier. And then let's just do we can change this to be what do we call it? User register validator. Yes. So let's change it to the user register validator, and it basically is the same thing. We just put it in a different file, so nothing should change. But now we have it over here, and we have this validators thing. It's much more organized. And the reason we did that is because we can now destructure this email and password, right? And then we can get the user validator, which we can import, and .parse the data. So basically this handles the validation server side as well as client side. Also, so on client side it looks like this. You can see it won't let us submit. It'll say username is required, email is required, password is required, and it all works very well for the most part. So it's pretty quick to set up. And then now we need to look. So basically we know this is all valid. Actually, what we should do is check if error is an instance of a Zod error. Let's import Zod error. Oops, Zod error, like that. Then we'll say return new response. So basically, if they inputted the wrong stuff, like they didn't input a username somehow, they got past the client-side validation, we'll import that. Const cannot be empty. Yeah, so and then const existing user. So we want to look for an existing user that might have the same name. So existing user, or let's say existing name. First, I want to check if there's an existing user with that name, because you can't do that with Zod. Oh, we need db.user.find first, where the name is name. By the way, you can actually remove all this stuff if the property and the variable have the same name, which is a little nicer to look at. Anyway, so if there's a user with the same name, then so if there's a user with the same name, since it's supposed to be unique, we'll return a response, return new response, response, like that, saying something like, let's say username taken, and we'll put a status code of, let's do 409. That means that they put an invalid input. And then we'll also do the same thing for email. So existing email is equal to await.db.user.find first, where email, or email is the email, you know. And then let me just copy this, actually. Just copy this and paste. So if existing email, let's say email in use, or something like that. That sounds alright. So now that we know that the email is not taken and the name is not taken, we could get on to creating the user. So const, actually we don't need to catch anything. So await db.user.create, and we'll pass in data, and we need to know the name, the email, the password, or actually, by the way, we should not just use a raw password. We should do const hashed password is equal to await hash from bcrypt. By the way, you need to hash the password because later in our sign-in flow, we're checking using the bcrypt compare thing, and it'll actually throw an error if you're trying to check a encoded password with a raw text password. So password and 12. 12 is like, I think it's how many salt things or something. I'm not too sure. You don't really need to know all this stuff to use it. So there we go, hashed pass. And then we'll just return new response saying okay. So that's our API endpoint. Very nice. So let's see. Let's also handle some stuff. Like we have to handle, you see how here, not here, sorry, we see here username taken, email in use. We have to handle, we have to let the user know this email's in use and stuff. So let's see, let's put everything in a try catch. So try catch, I'll do error like that, and then we'll put this over here like that. And then we'll check if error dot response dot status. So when there's an error, you'll get all this stuff. You can check by logging the error, and we also put it as any. That should fix it. So if the response status is 409, which we defined here, then we'll just say we'll just say if error.response.data is equal to username taken, because we're sending in this data, username taken. Now we know this username is taken. I'll do form.set error. You can actually set the error. So we'll set the error's name, and we'll put a message as username is taken or something. That works. But there's a lot of nesting going on. That's okay. We'll clean it up in a bit. So if the error response data is equal to email in use, which we also defined, we'll do form.set error. Oops, what just happened there? Form.set error, and this time, oops, this time it'll be the email. This time, yeah, email. And then for the second argument, we'll just put message is email is in use. I think that sounds about right. And then we should also check if response status is 200, meaning it's okay, they succeeded. We'll do router. Let's get a router. So let's do const router is equal to use router from next/navigation, not next/router. Next/router doesn't work anymore, so be careful with that. And then so router dot push, let's push them into a sign in. So once they signed up, they push into the sign in page. Okay, so let's test if all this works, and let's actually open up let's open up PnP, not Studio. So we have this command that opens up Studio. Let's open up localhost 5500. That's where it should be. Or no, sorry, 5555. There we go. So now we can see there's 0 users and 0 everything. Let's close some stuff. So let's go ahead and input, let's say our username is test, email is test, password is test. You can put regular expression to check for emails, but we're not going to do that because it's not a big deal. Anyways, register. Let's see. So it succeeded because we got redirected from here. Let's check in Prisma. Look, we just got let's move this a little bit. We just got a new user and we can see all this stuff, and the password is hashed. So you saw we inputted test as our password, but now it looks like this, right? So this and this is all working very nicely. So next we can move on to the sign in step. Okay, so now we got the sign up working. Let's close Prisma Studio. We can also delete this terminal instance. And let's start working on the sign in page. So let's close everything. It's all very messy. So app, let's do sign in. Sign in, yes. Sign in. And similarly to the sign up form, we're going to create a sign in form, sorry. So let's do const page equal to just an empty div probably. We'll return a div that says sign in, and then we'll just do a default export page. There we go. So that's our sign in page. And then let's change this to be our sign in form, which we'll create in a bit. So it's giving us an error. It's okay. Let's create a sign in form.tsx, and let's actually let's copy everything. So here I just copied the sign up form. What's happening here? Let's save this. Let's close to the right, and let's rename this. So there's only a few things we need to change. So sign up form or sign in form, rename that to sign. Yeah, you guys know what I mean. So and then we can now just import that. There we go. So we don't need an email. So we're gonna make it so they register with an email and password. So we don't need the username, sorry. So go ahead and delete that, like that. And then for this, we'll say, so we're not going to create a validator here. So we can actually just create the form schema, const form schema. So we're not using our other validator. So create z.object. And we're going to need email, which is just a z string. And then we'll just say, that's not right. This should be a function, and password is just z.string. And then we'll change this. We don't need this, so let's just get rid of that. And then let's change this to say form schema. So form schema, and there's only 3 of them, so we don't need to like replace too much stuff. And then you'll see we don't need this name. Let's get rid of everything inside this on submit for now. Okay. Then let's change this to be login, right? And then for this bottom part, we'll say not a user, and then we'll say sign up. There we go. You can see we reuse a lot of this stuff. Very convenient. Oh, there should be a space. We do that. And anyways, let's go ahead and why is this set as any? I mean, it doesn't matter, but it'd be nice to have it not say any. Anyways, let's go ahead and work on the onSubmit function. So const response is equals to await. We're not making an API request really, or so we don't need Axios. Do we have Axios here? Yeah, let's get rid of this. So await sign in from next auth / react. Somewhere there. Anyways, so this sign in function, I'm gonna say the type. There's a bunch of different methods. We're looking for credentials, and then passing email is values.email, and then password is values.password. So that's what we're expecting to receive on, let's go back to the auth thing. So we're expecting to receive credentials, email and password. So yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and say, oh yeah, we also have to pass in another thing, is redirect is false. Because for some reason redirect doesn't work very well. And let's change this to say that. I don't know why there's an M there. And then we'll check if the response status is 200, meaning it succeeded. We'll push the user to the root page, and we'll also do router.refresh as well. And then if it's a status of 401, meaning unauthorized, then we'll do form.setError. Password. So in the password thing, we'll pass in a message saying incorrect username or password. So this should all work properly, pretty much. Yeah, so let's say, what was our email? It was test, and I think I set everything to test. So let's close this in case you want to write all this down. Anyways, so what we're going to do now is we're going to put test, and let's put in the wrong password. Let's say A, and log in. Yeah, give us this error. It took a while because I had to compile this next auth route, but it'll be quicker now, you see. Let's put in the right thing, and we should, there we go. We're logged in. It still says sign up and sign in, but that's okay. By the way, if you ever worked on a thing with like authentication before, you might get some kind of strange error, and that's because there's previous like cookies or something set. So go to, if you're on Chrome, you go to application, cookies, and you can see all these cookies set from before. If there's previous ones, you can see these are set by next auth. If there's previous ones, it might break, so you would right click and press clear, and that'll basically fix everything. So that's because before, if you use localhost 3000 and you were doing authentication, you know, stuff like that happens. That's okay. So anyways, let's see. So we can get the session. Let's go in our navbar component. Let's actually make this a client component, because we're actually, no, we don't need to make it client. I don't think so, because because we're gonna fetch our session through a server function. So we'll get auth session, which we made from our lib auth thing, you might remember. And then we'll say this is async. There we go. And then let's just console log the session for now. Console log session. Yeah, so you can see it's running on the server as well. And you can see here's ID, email, and name, which let's go back to our auth thing. Let's see, somewhere here, we're returning this new session here. So that's very nice. Okay, so if, let's change this up a little bit. So let's make it so if session, we'll do a ternary. So if session is true, so session is not null, we'll return, let's return a p tag for now. Can I do p tag signed? I'll render the session dot, look, we have all these nice types, session dot name. And otherwise, let's grab everything here. Oops, that's not right. I'll just select it normally and then paste it. Oh, it needs to have a parent component. So let's do this thing with the brackets. If you didn't know, this thing just means nothing will be rendered. So usually you would put a div here, but you can also do this. Anyways, now it says test. So now we know our username is test, which is very nice. And then instead of using a session.name in a p tag, let's create a component called user options that will be displayed instead when you're signed in. So let's do export const user options, which will be a function component, and then it'll return div as we're going to return a drop down, I think, which will allow you to do, like, because a lot of websites have that. Let's actually delete this session, and let's change this to be a user options. There we go. Very nice. Unhandled server component type. There we go. I think it's because we didn't save. And then we'll return a drop down menu. Drop down menu from, not Radix UI, from components, by the way. Because Radix UI, I think Shetsian uses Radix UI or something like that. So they have a lot of the same names. I'll say model is equal to false. And then I'll do drop down menu trigger. So you already know when we made the what's it called, the theme toggle, that we have a trigger, and then we'll say as child. What just happened? As child. There we go. And we'll say, we'll put a div with a span inside of it, and we'll say this. Oh, we need to get the session. So let's make an interface called user options props, and I'll say session will be of type session from our types file, and then we'll pass this in as a generic. So user option props, and then we can destructure it and get session. Very nice. And we'll say session dot name. Yes. Okay, and then we have to pass in session is equal to session. There we go. What's happening here? Create context is not a function. Let's see. How about we comment this all out? That fixes it. That's very strange. Okay, I think it has something to do with the session. So let's uncomment everything, and let's comment just this line. Oh, I know why. We imported these from different spots. That's very strange why I did that. I was just talking about why you should be careful to not do that. So let's delete this, and yeah, let's just drop down menu trigger. There's a lot of stuff here, so let's import that. There we go. So now it's all working properly. Sorry about that, guys. And then let's style this a little bit. Let's say class name hover is BG black. So on light mode, there's going to be like a little hover, and yeah, I think on dark mode, dark hover, let's make it BG white /20. By the way, /20 means like opacity, I'm pretty sure. And then let's make padding 1 rounded, medium, the cursor pointer, and let's make a transition. So this will just make it smooth. So yeah, you see now we have this, very nice. And let's actually make it a drop down. So we're gonna have a few things. Let's just make the drop down menu content. Let's be really careful. I don't know why Radix UI shows up first. That's kind of annoying. Let's do that, and then we'll do on click. Let's put the stuff inside here first. Let's do a div. Actually, let's go back to our theme toggle. Oh wow, this is all very crowded. Sorry, you guys. Let's copy all this. This is not like a ton of code, but it'll make it a little bit convenient. And then let's change this to be a login. So this kind of looks like a sign out icon, but you know, unless, oh, what just happened? Let's make this, that's so weird. Let's just make this an empty function for now. And we'll say sign out. Sign out. There we go. Event handlers cannot be passed to, oh, we have to make this a client component. So just say use client at the top. There we go. Sign out. Very nice. Very nice. Why does this look a little off? Let's say, oh, I know why. Because we put this in a content. This should be drop down menu item from components UI, not Radix. And now you can just go and put this in here. There we go. Now it has this nice padding and the hover. And yeah. Let's see. So now we can, what happened? Now we can do cursor pointer. So now it's gonna have a little finger, so you know you're hovering on something clickable. Then on click will be sign out, which will also be from next auth / react. Yeah, anyways, so yeah, that should be everything. Sign out. Let's not press that yet. Let's also make a oops. Let's copy this and then let's paste it again, and let's make this do nothing for now. And let's say view profile. So this will be later when we implement profiles. So we'll say view profile. And I'll say let's look for a good icon. So you can go to lucid.dev and just search for like user. This looks okay, so we'll say user, and now we know it looks like that. And now we have a view profile option as well, which doesn't do anything yet. We'll get back to this later probably. And let's sign out. There we go. So when we sign out, it looks like that. And if we check our application, one of the cookies got removed, and let's go like this. And then when we press sign in, we'll put in test login. Oh, login. Now we have this. Yeah. So we got authentication with sign in, sign up, sign in, and sign out. There you go. Let's actually comment some of this out. So we got that done, and we got that done. Very nice work. Alright, you guys. Very nice. We got 2 things done. Let's close this. We got 2 things done. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 left. Okay. But we got like the hard things done. We got the database and the authentication. You know, getting started is the hardest part. So now we're gonna do create posts. So what we're gonna do is make a create post component. So let's do. Let's see. So now we have to actually work on this page thing. So on the root, let's close everything. So now this is what it looks like. So on the root page, let's make a, let's get rid of this. I want to say control. I like to have a component called control. It's going to give us an error. That's okay. Control.tsx. And, yeah, export const control fc function component, and we'll just return a div with a p tag that says control for now. And then we can import it now from components/control. There we go. And then let's give this a bg of neutral 200, dark bg, bg neutral should be 800. Let's make padding 2. Let's make rounded MD. And let's make it only on small as rounded MD. So you'll see, because of that, now on like a phone view. So whoa, that is so. There we go. So now you see on smaller views, it looks like that. Actually, where's our layout? Small with 60%. Let's change this up to be small with small. So let's move everything. Actually, let's undo this. I thought I was doing something. Okay, so anyways, so now on phone view it looks like that. Let's just leave it like that. Let's give us more space. Anyways, so control. We don't want that. So we want to make a div. Right, let's make a link. This will link to the create post page. So next/link, and I'll just say href is /post/create. So that would be /post/create. This is going to be a protected page, which means only signed in people can go to it. And we'll also protect the backend by checking if the user signed in. And we'll say put a div, and we'll do a plus sign. Does Lucid have a plus sign? Yes, it does. Usually Lucid React has all the icons. And I'll also put a span as well. And we'll just say create post like that. And then we'll make this a grid flow column. Actually, I think that makes it even size. That's not right. So let's do grid calls. Is max content underscore max content. So this will make a grid with 2 columns, which are both max content. By the way, this underscore is like a space. So yeah, anyways, let's make it gap 2. Let's make gap 1. There we go. And let's do hover. Hover is for light mode, it'll be bg black 20, and then dark mode hover will be bg white 20 with same thing as this. Okay, let's make it with max. So now it should just be like that. Padding 1. Let's make a rounded MD, and then also make a transition so it goes smoothly. This is what transition does, by the way. So that looks okay. I think. And let's actually change this to be a little smaller. So let's do width 4, height 4. And then let's also do place items center. There we go. That looks okay, you guys. Do we need this gap? I feel like that gap is kind of big, so let's have no gap. Actually, let's put that gap back. It's not a huge deal. Anyways, so this will go to /post/create, which we have not created. So let's go create a posts route with a create route, and then let's create page.tsx. So export, not export, sorry. It has to be a default export. So we'll just do const, and it'll be an arrow function, and we'll return a div, the p tag, and we'll say posts create, and then we'll do export default page. That's not right. Page. Sorry guys, that took a while. Now we have this post create place. So what we want to do next is, what happened here? Oops. Let's make a posts post create form. So let's go to components. Let's create a new folder called posts. So all the components relating to posts will be in here. So let's do create post form.tsx, and let's actually just straight up copy some stuff from over here. So we'll do copy this, paste. Now let's close others. We don't need all this. Actually, we do need the post create. So sorry, let's rename this to be post create post form. Okay, so let's clear that. Do create post form. There we go. And that looks okay. Let's change this to be only on small. It's rounded. Now it looks very nice. And let's change a few things up. We need to change form schema. We want a title, which will be Z-string, and then content. So content. Okay. So wait, what am I doing? Sorry. So the minimum is 1 character. I'll say message is title is required, and then we'll also do a maximum is let's say 100 characters, and we'll say title must be under 100 characters. Is that good? Expected a semicolon. Oh, because we have to say the property, which is message. There we go. Actually, let's copy this and just paste it here. Sorry, let me move this back. That should give you enough space. And let's say the content. The content is optional, so users can just post a post without things. And the maximum should be more. It should be like 1,000, I think. That's good. Let's change this to be content must be under probably like 1,000. And by default, the title will be empty string, and so will the content. This on submit, let's clear everything in here. And then I'll change this to say title, and then this to say content. I'll say content for the form label. What the so content, and then up here we'll say title. I'll say enter title, enter content. Say optional, so the user knows it's optional. Let's get rid of this line, and then for the submit button we'll say submit, and then we'll probably, let's delete this. So this is our create post thing. What else? can we do a let's create a div and put a p tag that says create post, like that. Class name, actually let's not create a div, I think we can just create a p tag. I will do text center and font semi-bold, like that. That looks okay. Create post. So now we need to make, we don't need sign in anymore. That's for authentication. We don't need link. Let's remove those unused things. So next up, we have to do, let's see. Let's make an API request. So we're going to need Axios. Do we have that imported? We'll find out. So const response is equal to axios.post, and then we're going to create an API endpoint later, /API/post/create. And I told you guys I don't like to have the get, post, and I'll delete every like operation on the same endpoint, because I feel like that's kind of confusing. And then you also have like one big file of a bunch of stuff. So that's why I like to make a different route for each operation. And we're going to be passing in values, which is, as you already know, is what we get from the form, which is a title and content on an object. And we don't have Axios imported, which is not very good. So let's just import it. And then the response is we're going to return the ID. So once they create a post, we'll automatically redirect them to the post they created. So router.push so use a template, so /post/res.data, and res.data will be the ID. Now let's make that a little more clear. So let's do const post ID is equal to res.data, just in case we forget what this is. So post ID, there we go. Let's open this back up, and let's do some stuff. So /post/create. Since we're signed in, we're supposed to be able to access this. But let's say we weren't. Then you know. So let's get the session. So this is server. By the way, all next things are like server components by default. So we can just use get auth session. Yeah, so now we know the session. And we'll say if there's no session, we'll return a redirect from next/navigation to the sign in page. So I think that's good. So if we sign out, that's not supposed to happen. If no session, oh, this has to be in a wait. Sorry, you guys. I was like, why was that not working? So now we get redirected to sign in. That's spelled wrong. So let's go back to /post/create, and we can copy this, and you'll see even if we paste it in, like, it's going to automatically redirect us to sign in. So no one who's not signed in can get there. And let's go test, log in. And now we can go there, see? So we got that all sorted out. And then the next thing we want to do is make the actual API endpoint. So let's go to our API folder. Let's create a new folder called posts. And let's make a folder called create and a route. There we go. So let's do we have another thing? Here we go. So here's our users. Let's move this down. Here's our users route for registering users, and we're gonna just copy and paste it because it's basically gonna be the same thing. So what we want to do is, we don't need this. I don't think we need bcrypt either. So we have to create a validator. Oh, so let's move this. So let's go to, where's our validators? In here. So lib validators post.ts. So we're gonna copy this form schema, copy that, paste it here, and name it create post validator. And we can import Zod like that. And we have to export this as well. Okay, good. And then let's change this to be create post validator, which we just created, and we can import create post validator. So create post validator. Okay, there we go. So nothing should change, we just moved it somewhere, but now we can put it over here as well. So let's do create post validator, just import that, and now we know this gives us the type safety, so we know we can destructure the title and the content as well. Okay, so let's get rid of this logic actually. And also we're going to be returning the user ID, not an OK. Let's also change this to say, let's say posts underscore create. There we go. Very nice. So the first thing we want to do is check if the user is signed in, because only signed in users are going to be allowed to post. So await get auth session. Very nice. And then if there's no session, meaning the user is not signed in, we're going to return a new response saying unauthorized. Is that how you spell it? Unauthorized. I think this is how you spell it. Anyways, status will be 401, meaning unauthorized. And then, so now we know they're authorized. Let's clean this up, and now we can just create the post. So const post equals, and we want to get the post because we want to get the ID of the post later. So const post db.post.create, and we'll pass in the data. So the first thing we need is title and content, and it's giving us this error. Oh, that's because we need to get the author ID, which is the session.id. We need a comma. And then as a response, we'll return new response response dot post ID. Yes. So save that, and this should all work. Let's try it out. So when we submit this, it should redirect us to /post/ some kind of ID. Submit. Yes. So I don't know if you can see the full URL, but this says localhost 3000 /post/ and this is the UUID it generated when the post created. So yeah, so now we can tick off the create post. Nice work. Okay, so let's work on the displaying post part. So there's going to be two ways to display posts. We're going to have posts being displayed in a post feed, and then posts displayed as their own page, like here. So usually there'd be the root page, there'd be a post feed where you can scroll through all the different posts, and this /post/ID, dynamic ID, is going to just show one post. So let's work on this first, because I think this is a little bit easier because we're just displaying one. For the post feed, we're actually going to do a incremental fetching thing where you scroll down and it loads in more posts, so it doesn't load everything at once, you know, because that doesn't scale. Anyways, let's go to let's go to our main posts, and then let's close let's close, just close everything. So main posts, let's clean this up. So main posts, and then if you wrap it in brackets, this is a dynamic route, so you can call it like post ID or whatever. I'm going to call it slug because that sounds okay. And then create a page.tsx. So this is a dynamic route basically. So that means, whoa, const page. Let's make the page component first. So we'll just return a div with p saying post slug. And then we'll also have to export this page. There we go. And make sure your server is running, by the way. If you move your terminal down, it's still active, but you just can't see it. Okay, so let's make this a little smaller. And now what we want to do is we want to get the ID because we want to fetch for stuff, right? So let's do, let's make an interface. So interface page props. I'm going to have params, and then the params is going to have property of slug, which is a string, and then we can pass in params and destructure that page props as the param types. Okay, and then let's say post, instead of saying slug, let's say params.slug. So now we can get the ID from this URL, which is very nice. And now we can use that to fetch for the post. So let's make this async because we have to fetch from the database. So const post is equal to await db.post find first, and then where, we can have a where clause. So where ID is params.slug, which is our ID. And then include, we're going to include a few things. Like we want to include the author, and we'll select just a few properties. We don't want to include everything, like the password, that'd be kind of bad. Name, we'll select the name. I think that's, I think we just want the name. That's probably enough information. And we also want to include underscore count. This is a special thing. So we can select the count of, you can see comments or post votes. We'll do comments for now. When we implement voting, we'll check for post votes. So comments, so we're fetching all this stuff. By the way, you can actually fetch directly from the database in next, what's it called, next 13, or I think we're on 14. So yeah, anyways, if there's no post, we should display something as well. We should return, let's return a div with a p tag saying post cannot not be found or does not exist. So let's go to let's type in something random like that, and now this is that. And let's actually let's center this. So say class name text center padding 2. There we go. And padding top 2. That doesn't make a difference. Actually, no, it does if it's on smaller. So let's just do that. And then let's navigate back to this page. And then we can actually render some of this stuff out. So let's create a post component like that. Post component. Yeah. So this will just be like component creating the post file. So let's do post dash component.tsx. So export const post component fc. So let's go and return something so it doesn't give us that error anymore. So what do we want to display? We want to display the title, the content, and the author. So we have to make an interface because we're going to pass it down. So say post props. What the? That's not supposed to happen. Interface post component props, and then we'll do post is post. Oh, we can't import the post from Prisma client because we're not just fetching the post. So let's do expanded post, and let's go to our types.ts file and export type of expanded post, which will be equal to post from Prisma client, and we're going to have a author property, which is going to have a name, which is a string, and then there's also a count, comments, which is a number, I'm pretty sure. We'll find out. And then now we can just import this from types and then pass in the post component props as a generic, and then destructure it as post. So we can render, let's put another div. Actually, let's put a let's just put a p tag for now, and we'll put the post title in there, and then yeah, let's actually finish this. So now we can import this from there, and then it's expecting post to be post. There we go, it's all working. And let's actually get rid of this line. Very nice. So let's make this BG neutral 200, and let's make this on dark mode is BG neutral 800. Let's make it padding 2, rounded or small should be rounded MD, like that. So if it scales up a little bit, it looks like that, but if it's really small, there's no border radius. What else do we need? Let's do that. And let's put another div in there, just to keep things organized. And we'll do grid flow row, and we'll do gap 1. So, and then let's do post content does not equal empty string, and oops, and then we'll render a p tag again that says the post content. So there we go. And let's actually make the title last name semi-bold font, and actually let's make this a link, because on the post feed we're going to make it so you can click on stuff, which is so you can go to the post. So let's make this href. It should be a template string, by the way. So go like that, /post/post.id, and you can see you get all this IntelliSense, which is very nice because Prisma does that. And then we combined it and make this expanded post type, and you can see all these types are very nice. We should also have an author, I think. Yeah, author as well. So div, let's create another div. Let's do a span. Let's do author, sorry, this should be in there. Post.author.name. Post.author.name as well. And then class name is let's see. Let's make a grid flow call. I think that's alright. And then let's also do post created at. So let's do let's do post dot created at. Let's do that toString. There we go. That's a little long, but it's okay. We'll work on it later. Let's make it smaller. Text small. Let's make it text zinc 500. And on dark mode, let's make it text zinc 400. So it's a little easier to see. And I think that looks okay. So now we know the user. And actually, we'll probably okay, actually let's let's get everything from here. So let's what's happening? Let's just copy all this and move it over here, because I want to I want to like make the post, or sorry, the author clickable so you can go onto their profile. So yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and create another link. And we'll move this into here. And we'll say href is a template string /profile / post.author ID. Is that a thing? Did we get the author ID? Or sorry, oops. So yeah, we do have the author ID, ec/profile. We'll make that much later. And then let's say, can we do class with max? Does that fix it? Can we do grid? Let's see, let's do grid calls max content _ max content. That fixes it. Okay, good. And then let's make a gap of 2. And let's make a gap of 1. And then let's include, let's search up dot character. Or I think there's also a lucid React icon, but we'll just copy this dot, which I think looks okay. So we'll just do a dot. There we go. Actually, undo. Let's put this in its own span, and then paste it in. So it should format everything. And then, span. Let's also make another span. And use that, and it's going like that because it's expecting 2 columns and it's getting 3. So let's do. Can we do repeat 3 max content? There we go. So if you hover over this, this is what it does in normal CSS. So yeah, it looks a little goofy, but that's okay. And we'll probably format this time better. So it says like 5 days ago or something. Oh yeah, we should also check for one thing, which is, let's make a really long post. So that gives us the error. Let's make sure this formats correctly. Like if oh, actually, it's not format red at all. So okay, so let's make sure this formats properly. So overflow hidden, break words. So this will split the words up, and white space pre-wrap. So that's just for the title. So let's do, let's copy everything in here. And then let's go in here and paste. And we don't want the semi-bold thing, because that's not good. So now it's all very nice looking. And yeah, but one problem is, I noticed when we were creating the post, it like didn't return. So let's search up React text area, I think auto size, something like that. I use this library pretty frequently because it's very convenient for auto resizing. So copy this. So let's end this terminal, and let's do pnpi react text area auto size. So yeah, there we go. And then let's change, where's our create post component? It's over, where is it? It's over here. So instead of this, we're gonna do, instead of an input, we're gonna do, let's comment this out. Let's do react. How does it use it in here? It imports it like that. So let's copy this import. And what happened there? Just paste it. Very nice. And then let's go react. What's it called? Text area auto resize. Text area auto size. Like that. And it's self-closing. Okay. Can we also just put a placeholder? Enter content is optional. And then I think we can also just pass in ... field. Spread, that's a spread. And anyways, we have to start up the server again. So let's do that. Start up the server. Okay, it takes a while. Sorry about that. That does not look right at all. So we can actually inspect element, and let's copy every class from here. So copy, can we copy styles? Is that a thing? Paste. No, that's not what we want. I remember you can copy, let's see, copy element. Let's just copy the element, and then let's do that. So this will give us all these Tailwind classes that it uses. ShadCN actually uses Tailwind, and you can select everything in these quotes, and we'll copy that. And then we'll say class name is equal to all this stuff. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Does that fix it though? That's not right. Is anything getting fixed? Let's close everything else. Let's inspect. Text area auto resize. Let's see. I remember there was a way to do this stuff. So let's see. Actually, I think we should put this last. Like that. No. Let's move this over. Text area. Oh, we got an error. That's not right. So loading chunk. Let's reload everything. There we go. Now it's working. Oh, and we don't want it to be resizing. So I think there should be a Tailwind class that, that's a very long class name. And let's say resize none. There we go. So now you can't resize it. And if we type in something really long, look, it goes and create it immediately. And when we delete it, it also resizes as well. Very nice. And then let's copy this. And let's actually put it, let's put it here. And we'll say enter title. And this is not optional. So now both of these will automatically resize, which is very nice, and it's all styled. And it fits the rest of our website beautifully. It's a very nice thing. So submit, titles required. Oh, that is not right. That is not right. So let's go ahead and fix this. That's very strange. So, let's see. Say overflow auto. Getting closer. Let's say, let's say, is there another thing? Overflow. Oh, I know why. Overflow. It's because, I think it's because this element is going super long. So let's comment this out for now. So now that's fixed it. Everything looks normal. Very nice. And we'll come back to this. Okay, we're coming back to this. So we can uncomment this out. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna format this to be a little shorter because this is way too long. We're gonna use like a relative formatting. So let's go to our lib utils folder, and I created this function. It's very long and tedious, so I'm probably gonna post a GitHub link, and you can just find this file and paste this in. But here's what it does. It just calculate. It takes a date, and then it just what's the word? This format. You'll see. It just formats it. So just copy that function. Format date ago. Format date ago. Which import because we exported it there, and then just wrap that. And now it says 2 minutes ago. So yeah, it just formats it relatively. So like it take like this. So yeah, that's pretty much the post displaying done for this part at least. Next we have to do the post feed. So we'll do that next. Okay. So now we got that done. So our next step is to says display posts. So that's what we're gonna do. Also, I got a new terminal, by the way. What do you guys think? I like this little arrow thing. Anyways, let's start up the development server. Let's go to localhost. Okay. So let's start working on the posts. Okay. So let's create a let's create a post feed. So this will be displayed on the main page. So just say post feed. Let's just return a div that says post feed for now. And then let's go to our page. I will put post feed like that. So now we have post feed. Very nice. Okay. So for post feed, what we want to do is we want to fetch like an array of posts, right? And to do that, we have to have posts array. So let's use useState set post. So useState, and then set it to an empty array. And I think we could pass in a generic and say, what was it called? Expanded post. Expanded post. Yeah. So let's see. What's this error? Oh, this should be an array. And we also need to make this a client component. So, okay, now we need to make the actual fetching part. So let's do a use effect. Use effect. And let's make an async function. So let's call it fetch more posts. This is usually how I like to do things. We're just going to use Axios for this. We don't need to use like React query or anything. And what we want to do is we want to have a try catch block, probably try catch, and then with this error we'll just console log the error. Anyways, so let's do a link. So let's create a initial link. So const initial fetch link, which will be actually, no, we can't do that yet, sorry. We should also have a skip and set skip. So basically how incremental fetching works is it's gonna skip, let's say 0, and it'll take like a few posts, and then it'll skip some more and take a few posts. So yeah, you'll see. And then we'll also have to do const take, or like fetch amount. So how many posts we want to fetch. We'll have it be 1 for now, just so we can see. And then here we'll have a const initial fetch link. So this will be on the first load. You can choose how many there are. And we're going to have an API endpoint posts. And then we're going to pass in some URL params. And we'll say skip. SK is skip. And then the take amount is the fetch amount. And actually we should also do const initial fetch amount. We can also let's make this 2, just so we know they're different. Right? Initial fetch amount. So we're gonna make it so on the first like use, it's gonna use that link, and then we're also gonna make a second one called fetch link. So this will be for incremental fetching. And we'll do /API. We can actually can I just copy this? I think so. Just put that here, and then we have to change a few things. So the skip amount will be skip plus initial fetch amount, and then this will be the fetch. We should name this to be the fetch more amount. That sounds a little better. Amount. So let's put that here, and then what we need to do is const response equals await. Now let's make this an async. Await axios.get. How do we import this? There we go. And then we'll have a ternary. So if skip is 0, skip is 0, then we'll use the initial fetch link. And then if it's not, then we'll just use the normal fetch link. And then we know, so on our API, we're going to return an array of posts. So we can just get that. We'll get data is equal to res.data. Yeah, let's say posts, just res.data. And then we'll set posts to be, you can actually get the previous post if you do this. And then it's like a function. And then we'll create a new array, and we'll spread the previous post along with the new posts. And then, yeah. Then also, if the data, or the post, sorry, post length. So if no posts are returned, we want to stop fetching, because then we just be making like some redundant API calls. And then we'll set let's make a variable called don't fetch and set don't fetch. Okay, so use state, what happened? So by default it's going to be false. So we're going to do if, actually let's move it up here. So if don't fetch is true, then we'll just return early. Let's make this if post.length is equal to 0, set don't fetch to true. What else do we need to do? And then let's also set don't fetch to false once we're done fetching. This is so later we're going to make a intersection observer, and basically it's going to like be running this fetch more post function every time you get to the bottom of the page, or like you can't see any more posts, or so okay, let's change this a little bit. Okay, let's make a div, and then let's create a ref. So const last, how do we do this? So we want to have a last element. So when that last element is in view, then we know where there's nowhere post we can see. So we'll do the last element ref. I'll do use ref from React. Pass in null, and then for the generic we can do a HTML div element. We already know. And then here I'm pretty sure we can just say ref is equal to our last element ref. Alright. So we should also map out the post. So post.map. So each post, actually I don't think we need these brackets. So let's do post component. What does post component take? Post. So post is post. And the key. So we can do the key will be something unique. So post ID. Okay. Yes. So nothing is being fetched yet. Can I move this? So yeah, let's log everything that's being fetched. So okay, let's console log posts after we set them, and then next step is the actual incremental fetching part that activates this function. So what we want to do is we want to say const last element is last element ref dot current. So this will basically give us that element, and then we'll have to create a intersection observer. So new intersection observer, and entries function. So if entries, the first element 0 is intersecting, then we'll run our fetch more function like that. And then we also have to provide a cleanup function. So we'll return observer, I think it's disconnect. So yeah. Okay, so let's see. Console. Last L. Oh, I just forgot. We have to actually observe it. So observer observe last element. It might be null. So let's say if there's no last element, we'll just return early, like that. So now we get some errors because this route is not found. So let's start working on the route for returning post feed. Okay, so now it's time to work on the API route. And we'll just go to our post folder, and actually we don't need to create a new folder. Let's make route.ts. So this matches what we put here, just /post /API/post, and then let's look for a similar route. No, I don't know. Let's copy the users register thing. Let's just go copy. I'm gonna put some more space, so let's do that. Hopefully that's enough space. So let's just change a few things. We don't need this or this. I don't think we need Zod either, actually. So we don't need to get that. Actually, let's delete a lot of this stuff. So let's delete all of this, and then we don't need this because we're not using Zod. And let's change this error message to be post_get. Yeah, and then let's change this to be a get operation. Okay, and then so the first thing I want to do is get the search params. So you see how we put skip and take for the URL params? So we can actually destructure that. Search params is equal to new URL request dot URL, and then we can do const skip skip amount is equal to search params dot get and then sk is what we called it. Now let's copy this and put it here for take amount. Wait, that's not right. It should just be tk, I think. And then let's say let's do const skip. Is this yes, a string. So skip num should be parse int, so it has to be an integer. So I'll say skip amount. Let's say if there's no skip or there's no take, or skip amount, sorry. And then we'll change this to take amount, and then we'll just return early. I'll say bad request or something. Bad request. Okay. So we'll say status is 400. And then here we can copy this and just paste it here. And do the same for take num. Whoops. Let's do take num. And then we'll change this to be take amount. Okay, nice. And then let's also make sure they can't fetch too many posts. So if take num is greater than or equal to, say, 10, why did I put const there? So if take num is greater than or equal to 10, let's also return early. So let's just copy this, and we'll say, we'll just leave it at bad request, sure. Now we can actually fetch the post. So const posts is equal to await db.post, now find many. So we're finding, this will return an array of posts. And we can put a where thing, and we'll say, gee, we don't need to put where, sorry. So we can actually just do, first one has its own skip thing, where we can skip by skip num. Whoops, skip num, it should be a number. And then take is take num. And then you can also order by, and we're ordering by the time was posted, so you'll say descending. And then we also want to include, let's see if we can I put expanded post like that? So I think this should make it all type safe. So we want to select the name of the author. Let's see, what's this error? Post. Oh, we need the comment count, that's why. So let's do the underscore count, and then we'll say comment, or sorry, select, and then comments is true. And now it gives us that error away. So it's type safe. And then to return the post, you actually have to do response .json, because we're returning an array. And there's a unhandled error. Let's see. Let's open this a little bigger. Oops, sorry about that. Let's console. So what happened here? Let's go to the top. Each key. So let's see. So it fetched this. It fetched these two, and then for some reason it had two different ones. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's comment all of this. Comment, and let's just run it once. Whoa. So let's just run fetch more posts once, and we'll see. I think I have to add a dependency array. And it says don't fetch and skip are changing. Okay. Undefined reading name. So array to name. Array. Okay, name is defined, so I'm not too sure what's up with this. Let's say posts, then let's just keep looking. Sorry about this. Can we not found? That's not supposed to happen. So say okay. Oh, maybe we have to do post.length is greater than 0, and then we render it. No, let's delete that. Okay, I'm gonna try to figure this out. Okay, I've got it working. So I know what I did wrong. So there were a few things I actually did wrong. So the first thing was, I don't know why, but I said posts is, I think post is already used. So we're using posts here. So just change this to be like new posts. And then I also noticed that in when we're updating our array, I don't know if I used the spread operator for new posts, but I added that. And now you can see it's working normally. So you can see I'm logging posts and new posts as new posts as well. And you can see it's doing that. So that's good. And then you also have to return here, because if you don't return, then it just sets it back to false, and that doesn't do anything because that infinitely fetches it. And then I also updated our dependency array to include posts, and I think that's all I did. So now let's do some styling. So let's make this let's do a grid, right? And let's delete this and paste this here. Let's make this grid flow row, then a gap of 2, so it looks a little nicer. Oh, and then our main page, let's also make this a grid. So let's just say class name grid flow row gap 2. There we go. So then next up, let's actually show you what this does. So this, let's give a class name of let's say z -1 or something, and we'll say width full, the height, let's make it like 400 pixels, probably good. And then margin top, you can actually set it to a negative value. And let's also make this BG red so you can see what's happening. So here, this is when this element is in view, then it loads more posts, and you can make it invisible so the user won't see it. I'll show you how it works. So let's go ahead and go to /post/create, and let's actually go to the post create component and post create. Where's that? There's a form. Yeah, here we go. Let's make it so it doesn't push you anywhere. And let's just do 1. There we go. Actually, let's do form dot let's see, is there a clear reset field? Oh, that wants to reset. Is there form dot reset? I think just resets everything. So then change this to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's just make a ton of posts. 10, 11, 12, 13. Let's stop at 15. And let's go home, and you can see all of these posts just got loaded in order properly. Very nice. And if we check the console, you can see, so the first thing we're logging is the main post, and these are the new posts that we're fetching. And you can see we're fetching one at a time, right? So that's very nice. And we can also change things to be, set the initial fetch amount. Right now it's 2, but let's set it to like 10, and then let's set this to like 3. Let's make this like 5. It doesn't really matter. Anyways, so now you can see when this red thing is in view, it's loading more posts. Let's actually set this to a higher number. Let's actually set the initial to 0. So, oh, it doesn't work if it's 0, actually. Yeah, sorry about that. So, there we go. And it actually loaded really quick. You couldn't really see it. But yeah, anyways, that's that. So let's just set this, set it to 5 and 5. So basically it'll load 5 posts at a time. Very nice. So we finished the displaying of posts. Pretty nice. Oh, actually, I just realized we don't display the comment amount. So let's go to the post component, and let's just change everything up a little bit. Let's close this so there's more space. Let's put a div under here, and let's put another div along with a span that says comment or post that underscore count that comments. So this will say how many comments there are, even though we can't comment yet. This will be for later. And then let's go to Lucid icons and let's check if there's a comment. Yeah, this one looks good. So messages square. Let's just put that there. There we go. Now it looks pretty good. Let's just format things a little bit. So we'll do width 4, height 4, and then we'll make this a grid, and then we'll do grid columns are max content, underscore max content, gap 1, place item center. Like that. That looks okay. And then let's actually make it so let's make it padding 1 as well. And hover will be not text, sorry, BG white 20. So oh, it takes up the entire thing. We'll fix that in a bit. Let's first do the dark hover. Should be BG, no, this should be BG white 20, sorry. This one should be black. I misspelled it. So black, there we go. And then let's fix the thing, say width max. There we go. Let's also make it rounded. It's a very long class name, sorry you guys. And then let's also make it transition. So smooth. There we go, that looks okay. Yeah, and let's actually make it cursor pointer as well. Actually, let's make this a link because we want this to go to everything. Oh, we already have a link imported, so let's delete that and put this in here. And then we'll say href. Href will go to we'll also just go to the post ID, because that's where we're also going to display the comments later. So if you click on it, you go here, yeah, and then that looks, I don't know, that looks okay, I think. I think it'll look better once we add the likes in. Actually, why does this take the full, oh, this should also be with max. There we go. No? Let's add a color real quick. So let's say BG red 500. Why is this link taking up all this space? Let's see. This is very strange. With max. Yeah. Okay, actually, let's just put this in a div and say with max. Does that do anything? I'll change this to be with full or something. Did that fix it? Let's check. So this a tag is now fixed. Okay, that was quite goofy. But yeah, we did all of this. Actually, let's make this hidden so the user shouldn't be able to see this. It's just for us. And then yeah, so now we got incremental fetching of these posts done, and we can check this off in our to-do. So let's comment that out. And then next up we have editing and deleting posts. Next up. Okay, so now we've got our displaying post done. As you can see, now we have to work on editing and deleting posts. It doesn't really matter which order we do it in. I think we should do deleting posts first, because why not? So let's install a library called Zustand. So okay, there we go. And then now we want to create a hook so we're gonna have like some actions, and when you click on it, it's going to basically open up a model. So let's make a new file in a folder called hooks. So use models, modal or model, doesn't matter, store. So this is where all the hooks are going to go. Now we can use Zustand. I'm going to import create from Zustand. Okay, so we want to make a interface, which is the modal store. So this is where we're going to have like different data for modals. Modals are just going to be like pop-ups. So we're going to have a pop-up that says like, do you want to delete this post? And then when you press it, it deletes it. And yeah, so there's different data. So we're going to have a delete post property, which is going to have a post ID, which is going to be a string. And you'll see how this works. So actually, this isn't right. So this should be the model data, sorry. And then here we make a model store. So the model store is going to control what like how the data you can set and everything. So type is going to be model. Oh yeah, we have to create another thing, which is basically what type of model or pop-up is being shown right now. So this would be like a union of strings. So model type would be delete post, and you can also use like if we add more, well that's where we would add it, but now it's just delete post. So this just gives us type safety. So model type or null. There we go. And then the data, this is where we use the modal data. So basically when you open a model, it can pass in data. Like then we're gonna have like a thing where you can choose to delete it, and it's gonna pass in the ID of that post to delete, if you know what I mean. Then it is open will be a boolean. So we're checking if the model is open, which we're going to use later when displaying the modals. And then on open, this will basically be the thing that opens a modal. So it has two arguments. So we're going to have modal type, and then data will be optional because not all modals need to have modal data. And then this will just return void. Okay, and then on close, it's going to be a function that has no parameters, and it will return void. There we go. And then here's where we use Zustand. So export const use modal. So this is our hook, use modal, and we're going to use create, which we imported. And we can pass in our generic, which is the modal store. And then we're going to do set, which is a function, and it's going to basically now we use our type. So we follow this modal store we defined, that interface. So by default the type is null. So when you open it, it's going to be set to something. And the data will just be an empty object for now. And is open will be false, so the modal is not open by default. Then on open will be a type data like that, and you can actually set the default to be an object, empty object. And then we'll do set, which we have from here, and we'll have is open be true, and then type, and then this data. And then on close will just be a function, and here it sets the type to null. So when you're closing the modal, you use this onClose function, which sets the type open to be null and then is open to false. And that's it. And that's not right. We don't need a parentheses there. So that's our use modal store. Okay, nice. And then the next thing we need to do is create a component to display the modals. So let's go ahead and create not in here. In providers, create a modal provider.tsx, right? So yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and create this will obviously be client, because you're not going to open up pop-ups on the server. And then we're going to do export const modal provider. A function component like that, and then we're going to return our modals here. So for now there's nothing here, so let's just return an empty div for now. And then this is pretty much everything. So basically this is what's going to provide all the modals, and you'll see in a minute how that works. Let's close everything. Let's go back to our layout, close all others, and then let's put our modal provider over here. So modal provider. Alright, there we go. So nothing's happening yet, but we're going to work on the delete post modal. Yeah, okay. Okay, so time to start work on the delete post modal. And so we're going to create, not there, we're going to have 3 dots like the actions, and you click on it and they'll bring down a drop down menu of a bunch of things that will open some different modals. So let's go and go to components, posts, post component, and let's add a but first let's create a post actions. So basically this will be the 3 dots I mentioned. So export const post actions, which will be a function component, and then now we can start working on this. So we're going to return, let's return a div, and we're going to make a drop down menu. So import it from component/UI, not radix. And then let's make a div. That's not right. Let's make a div. Now let's go to lucid dev. Let's look for dots. 3 actions. Dots. Maybe I think it's called horizontal. Something like that. More horizontal. Yes. So these horizontal dots we'll put in here. Wait, what's it called? Sorry. Oh, more horizontal. Okay. So more horizontal from Lucid React. And then let's go ahead and render this somewhere. Let's render it. Let's render it over here. Let's put this here. Let's move everything from here, where the author and time information we'll put there, and then let's put our post actions. Yeah, post actions go there. Oh, we haven't started the server. Sorry about that. Let's open that, close this, and it'll take a minute. Let's go to this. Okay, there we go. Let's make this a grid flow columns. There we go. And then let's make this wrapped in a div, and then let's do class name margin left auto. That should fix it. There we go. And then now we want to do let's see, let's make this smaller, so class name width 4 height 4. Okay, then let's do class name bg hover. It should be bg black 20, so this is for light mode. And then on dark hover, it should be bg white, it's 20. So we can look at that. Very nice. And let's make a cursor pointer. What else? Let's make a transition. Padding, and then rounded medium. There we go. That looks okay. So right now it doesn't do anything yet. So that's what we're gonna work on. Let's make the drop down menu content from components /UI. And then we'll say align is equal to end. And then we'll say, let's add a drop down menu item. Drop down, actually, if we go to our theme toggle, we can actually just copy this drop down menu item because it's going to be pretty similar. So just paste that there and import this from components /UI. So this one, let's set the onClick event to just a empty function, and let's change this to be delete. So I think delete. I want to have a trash bin icon. Let's see if that's a thing. Trash 2. I think that one's good. So trash 2, like that. Whoa. Menu portal. I think this needs to be a client component. Use client. Let's see, what's this error? Menu portal must be used within menu. Oh, I just realized. So this content is not inside the drop down menu, so we have to put that over here. That should fix it. There we go. Drop down menu. This should be a drop down menu trigger. I'm not sure how I forgot all this stuff, you guys. Drop down menu trigger, like that. And then just move this stuff over here. There we go. It should all work normally. Let's change that text. And let's say delete. Okay. Let's also make this text red 500. There we go. That looks okay. And let's do let's make another one for editing later. So let's just copy and paste this. Paste. And we'll say edit, like that. And we don't need it to be red. So let's just get rid of this. Okay, not bad. Let's add a drop down. Is there a separator? Drop down menu separator? There is. Is it self-closing? There we go. That looks okay. So drop down, just edit and delete. Yeah. So let's refresh this real quick. Edit, delete. Very nice. So now we need to actually add something for this to do. So let's work on the modal first. So let's go in our components folder and create a modals folder. and then we'll create a delete post modal.tsx, and let's close to the right. Don't need this or this. So so export const like normal post delete post modal, which will be a function component. And then the first thing we'll do is return a div. Actually, no. Since it's a pop-up, let's import the dialog component. So go to shadcn, search for dialog, like right here, and you'll see the dialog looks like this. That's what I'm talking about. Then just copy this install command and just wait a little bit for it to install. Let's move this a little over so there's more space, and then let's close this stuff as well. Let's close everything. Let's delete this terminal, and then let's return the dialog. So dialog from components / so everything is wrapped in the dialog, and then we're gonna have dialog content, which will be class name, class name on small. Let's make the width 400 pixels, I think. And then let's create a dialog header, which we can also import, and we'll say not yet, dialog title as well. There's a lot of components for this. So dialog title is going to be delete post, and then we're going to have a dialog description of let's say this action cannot be undone. There we go. Actually, let's first display the thing. So let's go to our modal provider, and we'll say actually we don't need to return a div at all. Let's just return this, and then let's import our delete post modal. So this should display everything. Let's say open is true. We'll just do that. There we go. That looks okay. So yeah, this is our delete post modal. Okay. So let's center this. So whoops. Text center. And then let's also center this. I don't know why I'm not getting the thing. Anyways. Okay. So let's put this in a dialog header, I think. There we go. And then copy this and put it here. There we go. Very nice. Let's just create a div, and with a button inside, which we can import. And we'll say delete. There we go. Let's center this. So let's do grid place item center. There we go. And then we have to give an on-click event, which is going to be handle delete. Yeah. So let's create the handle delete function. And let's see. Okay. Actually, let's do constant modal is equal to use modal. So now, since we're using a hook, it has to be a client component. So let's go and mark it as use client. And then let's also create a empty function for now, so it's not giving us that error. So here's the handle delete. There we go. Oh, so for is open, we're gonna do we're gonna detect if it's open. So const, we're gonna store it in the boolean. So const is modal open is equal to modal that is open. So if any modals are open, this will be true. And then this modal type is equal to delete post, which is because we're on the delete post modal. Okay, so now we can replace this to be is modal open. There we go. And now we can't see it anymore because it's not open. So let's go to post. Let's close this off. Post actions, and let's say let's use modal. So use modal. So const modal is equal to use modal, and you'll see all the stuff we can do with this. Well, modals, that's not a very good type, but anyways, so for the on click, we're going to do modal dot on open. So this will open on modal, delete post, and then you'll see we can also send in some optional data, which will be delete post and then post ID, and the post ID is oh, let's actually change this up a little bit. So let's make an interface called post action props, and we'll say post will be of type expanded post. There we go, and let's pass this in as a generic post action props. We can just structure it now, and then we can change this to be post.id. So yeah, there we go. So now this should work. Delete. Oh, what happened there? So oh, I know why. It's because in our post component we didn't pass anything in there. So we have to say post is equal to post, like that. There we go. Let's make this smaller. So delete, and now we have this. Actually, let's say sure. Yeah, this works. I'm gonna say you could display like the title of the post, but it might be a little long, so we'll just leave it at that. But you could change it so you pass in the entire post and take in the title as well. Okay, so let's work on this. So we need to do, let's check first if the type of a model data that deleted post ID is undefined, because we said it might be undefined. We'll just return early, and then we'll await axios.delete. Let's import axios. And we have to make this an async as well. Async function .delete, and then later we're going to make an API endpoint. But we're going to do /API/delete. Actually, that's it. Then actually it should be /API/post/delete, and then we'll have a URL param as ID is equal to the post ID, which we can get from model.data.delete_post.post ID. Okay, so, and then after we want to just close. So this will close the modal basically, and then this should be all good. When we press this button, we should get an error. Yes, and it should be that endpoint doesn't exist. So now we just need to make that endpoint exist. So let's go to our app directory, go to API posts, and let's create delete/route.ts. And let's actually copy this stuff from create. So copy all this. Let's clean everything up a little bit. Let's save some space. Can we close everything else? Let's do it. Let's close everything. And then let's change this to be delete. We don't need sod. We don't need this. Let's delete all of this. Actually, we can keep the session there. We don't need sod, so that goes away. And then we'll say post underscore delete for the error. Okay. So next up, we'll do const search params. So this is how we grab the URL params. Is equal to new URL and request.url. There we go. So then we'll get the post ID through that. So we can get post ID is search params get ID, because we named the ID anyways. And then so if there's no post ID, we should throw an error or return a bad response. So return new response bad request. Yes. So then there'll be a status of 400. Okay, and then let's get the post we want to delete. Post to delete. And we're not deleting it straight away because we want to check if the author is the person who signed in. So where ID is the post ID, and then all we need is the author ID. So author ID. So we're just selecting that. So this will just return author ID or null. And then so if so let's say if there's no post to delete, we'll also just return a bad request. So let's go copy this like that. There we go. And then let's also copy this session. So just copy that and then paste it. But we're going to change inside here. So we're going to say if the post to delete dot author ID does not equal to the session ID, we're going to say you can't do that because that means you did not write that post, so you can't delete it. And then now that we know that they can, we can just delete the post. So post delete where the ID is the post ID. And then for our response, we'll just return new response saying okay. Alright, very nice. And let's try deleting a post. So 15 we're gonna delete. There we go. And then let's go. So 15 is deleted, and and you can even check if you go to Prisma Studio, you'll see let's go to post. There's no post with 15 on it, pretty sure. So yeah, let's delete like this long one, maybe this one too. We're gonna make it so it updates in real time on the user end in a minute. So let's see this, and we refresh. These posts actually get deleted. So we got that, guys. Very nice. Okay, so now we're gonna do what I mentioned, which is delete the posts in real time on the user. So you saw earlier when you delete the post, you had to refresh. Which isn't a very good user experience. So let's change this to show in real time. So what we're going to do is when you delete, we're going to have a context, and then when the context changes, we're going to have the post re-render to have it without that post ID, basically. So what we're going to do is first we have to create a context. So context that ts. Okay, so context, let's say, is import create context from React, like that. Then we're going to import dispatch as well, and set state action. So first thing we'll do is create an interface. I don't know if we need that. Yeah, so let's go context data. So this will be the type of our context data. I'll just say deleted post is I'll have a post ID. I'll do string or null. Or null. Okay, so that's it for now. And then for type is context type, like that. It's gonna be so let's do the value. So for context, we're gonna have, it's gonna be one big object where you have a value and also a set value. That's how I usually do things. So it's like one big context set value. It's gonna be a function. So dispatch set state action. It's a generic, and that takes in something, which is going to be our context data. So this is all type safe. And then export constant. This will be the default context value. So you have to provide a default value context data. So we're just going to say that. So it's type safe, deleted post ID by default will be null because the user hasn't deleted any posts yet. There we go. And then export const context. So here's where we use the create context. Okay, and we'll pass in our context type. It's generic. And then we'll have the value be default context value, and then set value to be this. Okay, and then next up we have to create a context provider. So context is client side, and we're gonna wrap everything in this context provider. So let's create context provider.tsx in our providers folder, and this is gonna be client. So let's say const, and let's export const context provider, like that. It's gonna be a function component, and then we'll say let's see, so let's do const let's return something first. So return context dot provider. So context is what we just made. By the way, context is in the root directory. I don't think it matters too much. And then we need children, as most providers go, except for the modal provider. That one didn't need children. So context provider props. I'll have children, which will be react.react node, like that. And then we can pass this in as a generic context provider props. Okay, so we want to have children, and let's just wrap the children in our context provider. And what is this error? Context value is missing. So value will be value. Oh, we have to get, whoops, sorry about that. Let's use value and set value. So this is kind of like use state, because we're actually using use state here. And we're going to put our context data as a generic context data. Okay, and then we'll have the initial value, which initial value. Oh yeah, we need to get that as well. So let's do initial value, which will be the context data type. What's happening here? This should be equal sign. Or actually, we can make this an interface. It doesn't really matter. Anyways, let's get the initial value. So now we can use initial value. So when we use context, we're gonna get a value and a set value, basically. And so also pass in the set value. And that's all we need for our context provider. So now let's go to our layout here. Let's wrap all of this in a context provider, which we just made. And then grab this. Let me just select it normally. There we go. And then initial value. The reason why we created a, what's it called? Should we call it, what's it called? Default value or something? Default context value. So we can just import that from context. And oh, we're getting some kind of error. Use client. Oh, sorry guys. So we have to create context is all client side. So you have to mark this as use client. Now we have context. So this is like global state kinda. So we can kind of share state through our components pretty easily. So let's go to our let's see, post actions. So post actions, we're gonna do not here actually. We're gonna do the modal, somewhere in modals. So when you delete a post, we want to tell our context that this post has been deleted and then stop rendering that. So let's see how we go about this. So yeah, let's just get to it. Context. So let's use a context, which we can use because this is a client component. So let's say const context is equal to use context. This is from React, and then we pass in our context, which we created from context. So context, and you'll see we have the value and set value, just like we set up. So we want a set value to be deleted post, and then the post ID, which will be the modal dot. Actually, let's make this a variable. So let's do const post ID or something, and then we'll copy this, and then let's change this to be let's change this to be saying post ID, and then we'll change this to also say post ID, post ID, or actually that has to say the same, sorry. And then this will also be post ID. And then also another thing is for context, since it's one big object, if you set a property, you're setting this object with just this one property. So you want to spread context.value into here. So this won't overwrite the other properties. All right, very nice. So now when you delete a post, it'll say deleted post ID is the deleted post ID. Okay. So for components, so we have an array. We want to filter out the thing that has the deleted post ID because we don't want to render that anymore. So let's do a use effect like that. And then here's where we're going to use our context. So we'll also import it. So context is equal to, sorry about that. Let's get back. Use context. Oh, what just happened? Use context, yes. And then here we'll have, so we know context will be changing, so we can put that in our dependency array. So context dot value dot deleted post dot post ID. So we know that's going to be changing. And then if context dot value dot deleted post ID does not equal null, so property ID does not Oh, sorry, it should be post ID. I think that's what we called it, post ID. And then we're gonna do updated post. So this will be an array of posts without that post. So post.filter, right? So we're gonna look for the post with the post ID. So we're gonna look for all the posts without the deleted post ID. So context.value, not deleted post, not post ID. And then we'll set post to be the updated posts. So I'll just remove that, and then we'll set the context value back to nothing. So we'll set this ID to be null, right? And then context.value. There we go. And then what's this saying? Let's clean this up a little bit. Missing dependencies, context and post. So let's just put that there. Object literal, oh, we call it post ID. Sorry guys, post ID. Okay, so when we delete this, it should go away. Very nice. So, and it doesn't matter where it is, it just re-renders. Yeah, so 11. Is this all in order? 13, 12, 9. I don't know why that wasn't in order, you guys. That's very strange. Let's see. So this should be only 4 posts. Is Personal Studio still? Okay. That's very strange. Why are not all of the posts displaying? So post is 5 elements when we have 9 posts. So why is that? Are the posts getting deleted? Let's try deleting post that says 9. Delete. Does this get deleted? It does. So something's not right here. Okay. So let's move everything around a little bit. So posts is initial post 5 and then 5. Let's change the initial fetch amount to 1 and this also to be 1. Okay, so that fixes it. That's very strange, you guys. What happens if we change it back to 5? Sorry about this. So if we change it back to 5, it loads 5 posts when it should be loading 8. But let's change this to 1, and no, let's change these both to be 2 or something. 2 and 2. This will load 1, 2, 3, 6 posts. So it loads 2 initially, and then adds 2, 6, should be 8. What if we load 1 at a time? Let's change this to be 2. So this would be 7. So this will load 7 posts. I think something's not right here, you guys. So let's see. Let's see. So what happens if we don't do that? Oh, then we keep fetching. That's not good. Don't do that. Okay. I feel like we're like missing out on the last extra fetch. So what happens if we run fetch more posts again? Can we just do that? Oh, that's not good. Not good. That's very strange. So why is it? I think it's not fetching the last thing we need to fetch. Let me sort this out. Okay, you guys. So I think I fixed it. So you can see what I did here. I changed a few things like this. I moved this here, so if there's 0 posts, before it would fetch an extra time, but now if it sees there's an empty array getting returned, it just stops right away. That doesn't matter too much. We don't need this console log anymore. Also, I was like checking what was happening, and I noticed like the fetch amount for some reason was not right. Like it would skip too much. So what I did was I did minus fetch more amount for this fetch link. So if this is for fetching more, because I noticed something was wrong, and then I made a bunch of more posts. I don't need this. Also, by the way, I noticed this thing used to cover some stuff, like this red thing. So I made absolute, and then I wrapped it in a relative div. So you can see now you can click on all this stuff and it won't be in the way. I don't know if like it was like that before, but like when I was trying to press the create button, this was covering it. So I just changed that, and we can actually get rid of this BG red. We don't need that. So anyways, now it works for any amount. You can set the initial fetch amount to anything, like 13. You can set this to anything. I think it's under 10, and it will fetch 15 posts. That is not right. What's happening here? Let's change this to 1 and 1. 1 and 1. There we go. I think something was wrong. Why is there only 11? 1, 2, this 13, 12. Okay, now it works. Oh, the reason why there's only 11 is because we didn't scroll down. But now it works. So if we change this to, let's say, like some random arbitrary number, like 6 and like 4, it will still get all 15. Scroll down, all 15. The skip amount doesn't really matter at the end. Let's change this to 7 and 8 or something. Now it completely works. And there we go, 15. We can change this to be like 3 and 2. Doesn't matter. So it goes 11, but if we scroll down a little bit, there we go, 15. So there we go. I think that should be everything. By the way, if this is a little confusing, you can go to the GitHub link, which I'll probably post if I remember. And we can also get rid of this stuff. I just use this for debugging. So that's very strange. But we got it all sorted out. So that's very nice. So yeah, just subtract the fetch more amount if you want to fix this. And yeah, we can also delete posts, like delete 15, deleted. And yeah, there we go. All of these are in order. So yeah. Okay, very nice. Okay, let's go back to our to-do list. So we finished deleting posts. Or actually, there's one thing I want to do real quick. So here, when you delete a post, well, when you delete a post, it goes away, right? But if you go here, like if you delete it from here, it won't know. So we want to make it so if you delete it, it pushes you back to the home page. So let's just do that real quick. So where is posts, create, post actions. Here we go. So post actions. Let's put some more space. Let's move this to the side as well. Okay. So we're gonna do, let's have an option that says let's say an option that says on is on feed. So if it's being displayed on a feed, then then we're not going to push them back because it's being updated. But if we're not on the feed, then we're going to push the user back. So is on feed, and then delete post. So is on feed. There we go. And then for delete post, let's actually pass on another thing. We'll say is on feed. I'll pass that in. And by the way, if they're the same name, you can do that. But it's giving us this error because we haven't made that in our type. So let's just go back to our modal store somewhere. I think it's in hooks. Here we go. And let's just say is on feed, which will be a boolean, not a string. And then, yeah, that's all we need to do. So now post actions requires this to have that. And then in our post component, we're going to also pass this down. So is on feed, which will be a boolean. And then we can just go is on feed, and then pass that in as well. Is on feed. There we go. Actually, that's not right. It should be like that. Is on feed. Now it's in use. Okay. So then for post actions, we'll do is on feed. We're passing that in. So then we can go to the modal, this delete post modal. I'll check. Let's have. So if. Okay. So let's do if modal.data.delete post is on feed, or is not on feed, right? So if they're not on feed, we're going to do router. Do we have router? I think we need to add that. So const router is equal to use router from next/navigation, not next router, because that's broken. So we'll just do router.push, and we'll push them to the root page like that. So let's try deleting. We get pushed to the root page, very nice. But if we delete it here, nothing happens. It updates in the UI. So if we delete something, yeah, just doesn't push us anywhere. Very nice. So we got that sorted out, and then now we can start working on actual editing of posts. Okay, time to start working on editing posts. Actually, real quick, let's add a return statement there. So if they are on feed, just push them, and then that's it. And then, okay, so now let's close everything. So let's work on editing posts. So for editing posts, we're going to make our own page for that. So let's go to our post actions, and let's do, let's make this, we don't need an on-click event. Let's just make this a link. So let's go ahead and import link from next/link, and then just move this div into here. And then we're gonna have a template string for our href, which will be /posts/ host ID, which we got through props, and then /edit. There we go. So now if we go to edit, anything happening? Edit. Oh, that's weird. So this is not taking up the entire space. So let's do class name with full. There we go. So now it takes up the entire space, and yeah, now this entire part is clickable. Now we just need to make the route. So let's close everything real quick and close that. close this to do. And now let's go do main post slug, and then let's create a new route or page called edit/page.tsx. So let's quickly just make a basic page, and let's return a div that says edit post, and then we have to export default page like that. So now this all works, and you can see our URL is actually that's kind of long. It's /post/this slug and then /edit. So since we know the ID, we can actually grab the ID. So let's make a interface. So interface page props, and we'll say params and slug, which is string, and then we can actually get params, and then we can use our type we just created. There we go. And then okay, so first thing we need to do is only authorized users only the author of the post can edit it. So let's do get auth. Oh, we have to make it async. Sorry. Anyways, let's go if there's no session, we'll just return immediately. I will return a redirect from next/navigation, and then let's see. Oh, I just realized later we should make it so the post actions don't say edit post or delete post if you're not the author. Or actually, we shouldn't display the 3 dots at all if you're not the author. Anyways, so what's it called? So anyways, we'll do that in a minute. So const post to edit, let's call it that to be clear. Wait db find first, db import that. Oh wait, that's not right. It should be post find first, and we're going to look for a post with the ID that has our slug like that. And then we'll just select a few things. We want the author ID so we can check everything, and then we want title and content, because when you edit it, we're going to use a form, and we're going to see the default value to the previous thing we entered, so it's easy to edit. And then let's do if there's no post to edit, meaning that this post isn't found, we'll return let's just return a div that says post could not, actually no, let's just return a redirect. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so now we need to check if post.author ID does not equal the session.id, then we're going to return a redirect as well. So if they're not the author, the person accessing this page is not the author, we'll just redirect them back. And then yeah, and let's also just display the slug to make everything very nice. So now we know that's the slug. Okay, very nice. So next up, we have to let's see. Let's make an edit post form. So components/post, and we're going to go into edit post form.tsx, and let's copy everything from the create post form. So copy paste. Okay, we don't need input. Actually, let's delete input from here as well. So here we're not using router. Oh, let's uncomment that. I think we commented that when we were creating a bunch of posts. Anyways, let's go. We can have that, yeah. Post ID. Oh, for editing post, we already know the post ID, so we're actually going to take the post ID as a prop. So interface. Let's actually rename this too. So this should be edit post form. So yeah, edit post form props. I'm going to say post ID. So we want to know post ID, which should be a string, and then we can just pass that in as a generic, and then get the post ID, just like that. So post ID, we don't actually need to know the response, I don't think. So, and also this should be a, sorry about that, guys. This should be a patch. We have to make the API route in a bit. We'll worry about that later. So API/post/edit, and then we want a different validator. We don't want to reset this, I think. Yeah, we don't want to reset that. What could we change? Let's first render out this thing. So let's go ahead and can I do like that? And then edit post form. There we go. And I'll pass in the post ID, which will be the params.slug, which we get from URL. Let's change this text to be edit post, like that. Very nice. And then for the default values, so let's also make it so we get default values. Let's make a title, which will be a string, so more props, and then content, which will also be a string. Whoops. And then let's go ahead and just do default values, which we have to pass in. And then here we can say default values is an object, which is post. So there's the title, which will be post to edit.title, and then content, which is post to edit.content. There we go. So we can change this up as well, which is, this can be default values dot title, and then this will be default values dot content. So if we reload this, it says 8. Oh, let's also change this. Content. There we go. Let's actually create a new post that has a bunch of junk on it, so we know it works for both. And let's click edit. There we go. That's the default value. Very nice. Let's comment all this stuff on the onSubmit for now. And then, actually no we don't. We're gonna work on that like right now. So, actually in a minute, we have to create the validator. So go to the lib/validators. Let's create a export. So let's create a new validator. It's called export const edit post validator. Validator c.object. Let's go ahead and copy this. So just copy all this, paste it here, and one thing we need extra is the ID, so we know which post we're editing. So it'll just be a z.string, right? And then let's see, z.string. Okay, so let's delete this. We don't want that. We can actually just change it to be edit post validator, like that. So let's copy that. We can just paste it. Edit post validator everywhere, and yeah, edit post validator. There we go. Why is it not telling us we need this ID? I don't know. Anyways, the ID will just be the post ID, like that, and then values. So, is this everything we need on the front end? I think so. Sorry about that. Anyways, let's create the edit route. So edit slash route.ts. Okay. Ooh, so let's copy the stuff in the delete route, because I think that would be pretty similar. We just need to change a few things. So first thing we need to change is this should be a patch operation. And then let's see, search params. We're not getting it through search param. Let's actually, yeah, let's delete all of this. And then let's change this to say posts patch or posts edit. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Anyways, let's delete that. And then let's get the data. So const data is equal to await. Pretty important to do await, by the way. Request.json. And then we'll just have it there. And then we'll do const title, content, and I don't know if we call the ID or post ID. We'll find out. So post or edit post validator dot parse passing the data. So what do we call it? It should give us a suggestion. We just call it ID. So yeah. So now we know all this stuff. So let's do const post is let's say post to edit. To be more clear, as await db.post.find first. And we're gonna where the ID is where's ID? And actually we can delete that to make it look a little cleaner, because they have the same name. And then select we just want the author ID, because that's what we want to check. Okay, so first we'll do, if there's no post to edit, we'll just return a new response that says bad request, and then we'll say status code is 400, and then we'll check if the user is authorized, meaning that they are the original author of the post, so they can edit it. So post to edit, not author ID. So if it's not the session ID, then we'll return new response saying, we can actually copy all this. So just copy that, and then let's go ahead and paste it there and delete that. I'm sorry if this is kind of hard to see. Let's move everything off a little bit, and then now we want to do await db.post update. So now we know that they are authorized. We'll just update it with the new content, so where the ID is equal to, we can keep it like that. And now we need to pass in data when we're updating something. So we'll do title and content from there, and that should be it for the route. Is this really everything? I think it is. Submit. Something's supposed to happen. Oh, we got an error. Status code 500 /post/edit. What can be? Let's open up our terminal. Actually, let's rerun everything. Can't see anything. We don't need Prisma Studio anymore, I'm pretty sure. Let's open this up. Okay. So let's wait for this. And let's say the title is edited. Submit. Return a response. Oh. So return new response. We'll just say okay. And what's happening? There we go. Now it should work. So submit. And we get pushed to that page. And if we go to the home page, we'll see this is edited. Very nice. What is this? What's that weird space there? I don't know. I don't know. Not a big deal. Let's do one thing real quick, which is let's close all of this. Let's hide this, and let's go to our post component, and we'll just say, let's see, we'll say, let's make this repeated 4, and then let's copy. Let's say if we're gonna make it say like edited, if you edited it. So if updated at, or if post dot created at does not equal to post dot updated at, so these are different things, then we'll render a span. I think I have to do this span like that, and we'll just say in parentheses edited like that. So now we know it's edited. Let's try editing this one. 8 edited. Go back, and it says edited. Very nice. So we got that done. Yeah, I think there was another thing I was gonna do. It was what we're gonna do. What's this gap? Actually, it doesn't matter. What we're gonna do, I think, let's see. I'm trying to remember what we were gonna do. Edit. Oh, we want to make it so we don't show this if the user can't edit or delete it. So you shouldn't have these actions. So, okay. So let's go ahead and say, we need a session. So let's have a session. Okay, import from types, and then let's go to post feed, and then also this page, so we can pass in session through session. Do we have it? No, we don't. Okay, so const session is equal to await get auth session. So this function really helpful. We've used this a lot. So session is session or null. So let's update this to say it could be null. That should fix it. Is on feed. Oh, we actually haven't. Is on feed is equal to false. Right? So there we go. Here we have to get a session as well. So let's do interface post feed props, and we need a session, which is session session or null. That's not right. Should be that. And then let's just pass in this as a generic, and then we can get the session, and then now we can just pass it in here. Session is on feed is on feed should be true here. True. There we go. And then I think on the home page, since we're rendering the post feed there, we have to get the session here. So let's make this async. I'll do const session is equal to await get auth session. Okay, and then session is equal to session. There we go. So now we can get the session. Where's our, yeah, so post actions. So we'll say, okay, let's do post dot author ID. If the post author ID is equal to the session, where's that? Oh, we have to grab it into our function. So just type in session like that. So if session, the session ID and the author ID are the same, then we'll render out this post actions. Yeah, that makes sense. So we're the author of all of these. But let's say we sign out. We can't see it, and let's sign up with a new account. We'll call it HHH. There we go, register and log in. And now we can't edit it, but if we go and create a post, like this is post from H, like that, we can edit this post, right? And we can't edit the ones from test, but if we quickly sign out and sign in as test, now we can edit all these ones. So I think we just completed the editing and deleting. So let's go into our to-do and comment this out. So we have 4 steps left. So comments, edit, delete, and comments, which will be pretty similar to what we just did. Voting for posts and comments. So voting is going to be something we have to do, and then just a profile page, like for a user. This is probably going to be where we display the posts a user has created, and then that's it. So we're getting close to finishing, you guys. Yeah, so let's move on to the next step anyways, which is creating comments. Okay, so I think we were about to create comments. So now I'm going to make it so you can comment on a post. So that's what we're going to do now. Okay, so if we go here, oh, we have to start the server. Why is my terminal not the right color? There we go. I don't know why that happens. Anyways, let's launch the next server. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is create comments, and then we're going to make a way to display comments. So, yeah, okay. So, okay. Let's go ahead and, yeah, let's change a few things. So for the post component, so if it's not in feed, let's change this. I want to move this comment counter. So let's say post, or what do we call it? Is on feed. So if is not on feed, then we're gonna render this. Wait, actually, if it is on feed, sorry, we should change that. So if it is on a feed, then we'll render it. Otherwise we won't, because we're gonna render it somewhere else. So let's go back to, let's close everything real quick, like this, and then let's go to main post slug, and then this page, and let's add a counter for how many posts, or sorry, how many comments there are, because this is where we're gonna put the comment section. So we're gonna say comment, or post dot count comments like that. I want to say class name. Let's say text 2 extra large. That looks okay. Font semi-bold. Actually, let's make this just XL. Let's make it large. Sure, whatever. And let's make it padding 2, I guess. Yeah, this is okay. So that's how many comments there are, and underneath that we're gonna display the what's it called, the create comment form. So let's make that. So let's make a new folder called comments. So for things related to comments, create comment form.tsx. And let's copy everything from the create post form. So copy this, paste it here. So the first thing we want to change is rename this to create comment form, like that. And then on our post page, we're gonna put the create comment form right there, like that. So we want to change a few things. So first off, let's go ahead and change the type. So we defined in our Prisma schema that comments just have content. They don't have a title because you don't need a title. So let's create a new validator that follows that. So let's go to lib validators comment.ts. We can actually probably copy all this stuff as well. So copy the create post validator, and then we'll rename this to be the create comment validator. I'll say comment, or sorry, we don't actually need this line. I'll say, yeah, I'll also give a minimum as well, is 1. So there we go. And I think that's it for content. Oh, we also need a post ID, so we know which post this comment will belong to, which will just be a string. So let's delete that, and let's change this to be create, what just happened? Sorry, create comment validator. So this is the thing we just made, and let's just change this to say create comment validator, and same here. So create comment validator. Okay, and now we have types. Let's close this a little bit. So content can just be an empty string, and then the post ID. Let's have the post ID be received through props. So interface, create an interface, and then we'll do create comment form props. I'll do post ID, which has to be a string. And then we can just pass it in here. Create comment form props. So let's say post ID. There we go. And then we go like this. Okay, nice. Let's delete everything on this on submit thing because we don't need this. And let's just delete that. And then let's change this to be we just need the content field. Right? The post ID is gonna be there. And this is not optional. So let's say let's close this terminal. We don't need all that stuff. Where do we put it? Here. So we'll just get rid of that, and then we'll say create comment instead, and then let's say comment on the button. There we go. So now we have a create comment form that doesn't do anything yet because we actually don't need the router. I don't think we're gonna need that. So let's get rid of router. We're gonna need Axios. So for create comment. Okay, so let's work on the submit function now because we got everything else done, I think. What is this? Let's delete this. Okay, anyways, let's create so the first thing we want to do is make a request to our API. So await axios.post, and we're going to create a new endpoint in a bit in /API /comments/create, and then we're going to pass in the values. Okay. And yeah, so I think that's good. Actually, I don't know, do we need the response? Actually, we do need the response because we're gonna make it so you get the comment ID and display it, similar to how we deleted post and it displayed. We're gonna do the same thing for comments when you create it. So let's pass in post ID here so it stops giving us that error. Which will be the I think you can just say post ID, or you can do the slug. I think both work. Random/slug, either works. Anyways, so okay. Oh, we have to create the endpoint. I was just about to try it. So in API, create a new endpoint called comments/create, and then let's create route.ts. Okay, so let's go to post and let's copy everything from here, because I feel like this is going to be very similar. So let's change this to be let's actually just delete everything inside of here just to get things clean, and we can keep the session because we're gonna have to verify that they're signed in. And then let's say comments create comments. Okay, I think we can keep this other stuff. Yeah, that's all good. So then let's get the data. So data equals request.json, and then let's parse it. So const, let's destructure it, equals, what do we call it? Create comment validator. Parse, parsing the data. There we go. And then now we can get the post ID and the content. There we go. Let's clean this up a little bit. So let's look for const post. So this is the post we're trying to comment on. So let's just do await db.post.find first, where the ID is the post ID, like that. And if there's no post, we're going to return a response saying bad request, because there's no post, so you can't comment on it. So let's return bad request. Oops, sorry. And say status code is 400. And then, yeah, I think that's all we need to do. And then now we can start creating the comment. So const comment is equal to await db.comment.create, and we're assigning it in there because we're gonna need to grab the comment ID. So we'll do data equals posts. Oh, what just happened? Post ID, and then author ID, we have to say is the session.id, and then we can give the content as well. So that's all the stuff we need to create a comment, and then we can return new response, which is the comment.id. And I think that's all we need to know, right? So let's do that. And okay, so let's open up let's make this a little smaller. So let's open up Prisma Studio. So there we go, Prisma Studio, and let's create a new window for comments. So right now we have 0 comments, and let's try creating one. So this is a comment. Let's see what happens. Comment. What's happening here? So nothing is happening exactly. Is there anything in the console? Comment. Why is this not working? This is the right endpoint, right? This is in comments create wrap.ts. And let's make sure this is running. So let's console log to make sure we're reaching this endpoint first. Just console log whatever. And when we press this button, it's not making an API request. Let's make sure this on submit function is running. So let's just do on submit, just log that. Comment, oops. Create comment form. Let's work through this. So comment, no, this on submit is not doing anything. Let's go here. Let's console log stuff, see if anything is happening. Let's console log test. So that's working. Okay, so now that's working. But why is the submit thing not working? Oh, now it is. That's very strange. Okay, now we got it working. Anyways, so what if we do test comment request failed with status code? Let's close this and let's minimize this. This is because I'm pretty sure it's because of this. So this returns a promise, and the comment validator is not expecting a promise, so we have to await this. I'm pretty sure that's the problem. So let's comment test, and this is getting logged perfect, very nice. And let's check Prisma Studio, and it works. Also, we should create. Let's do form dot. What's the word? Reset. Not clear. So form dot reset. And that resets everything. Okay, very good. So now we can create comments. So next we'll work on displaying the comments. Next. Okay, good. Okay, so time to start working on displaying all these comments. So let's open up File Explorer. We can get rid of this Prisma terminal, which is Prisma Studio, and let's hide this to get the most space possible. And okay, so now what we need to do is create a let's create comments feed. So similar to the post feed, I'll just call it comments feed, like that, and then copy everything from the post feed. So basically, once you write this incremental fetch stuff, you can reuse it most of the time. So let's do rename this to comments feed, and then this will be called comments feed props, and then we'll put that over here as well. And then oh, for comments, okay, we have to create a new type as well, I think. So let's create a type called expanded comment. So this will be pretty similar to the expanded post, which is just a comment, but it has the author property as well with the name. So we're going to include author, which is going to be name string. Yeah, I think that's good. And then we can just change this to be expanded comment, and we can get rid of this type like that, and we can keep the session null in the props. Let's see, we can rename this to be comments, and then set comments, rename that, and we're going to get a bunch of errors. We'll work on that. This is for deleting comments, so we'll worry about this later. And then we're going to keep context because we're going to need that in a bit. And then for fetch, rename this to be fetch more comments. And then the initial fetch link will be in /API/comments and then we'll rename this to be new comments, like that. So new comments, and this should be set comments. So we're just doing a lot of renaming right now, but it's better than writing it all out still. So yeah, there we go. And then just copy this and then paste it here. Yeah, I think that's all good. Let's change this to say fetch more comments, and then name this to be comments in the dependency array. I think everything here is good. And then we're mapping it out. So comments.map for each comment. We don't have a comment component yet. So let's just render a p tag for now, saying the comment.content, like that. And let's also say the comment.id as well. And we do need a key, which will just be a comment ID. Okay, so this should all be good. We don't need this post component import. And then I think this is all good. Nice. So let's go create a endpoint for comments. So let's create route.ts in the /API/comments in an app folder. And we can actually copy everything from the post one we got. So it's not too bad. We'll just paste it in here. And then what do we need to change? So we can change this to be called comments, and it's going to be a type of expanded comments. And that's giving us that error because we're looking for posts, but we'll just switch it to comments. And then we don't need this count, like that. Change this to be called comments, and then comments, like that. And then we'll say comments get for the error handling. Yeah, this is all good. Yes, I think this looks right. Oh, actually, there's one thing we need to do. So we need to make this say where the post ID is equal to an ID, post ID. So we need to create that real quick. So let's do const post ID is equal to search params.get ID. Let's call it post ID, PID, so it's more clear. And then let's make sure the post exists first. Actually, I don't know if that matters that much. Let's do it anyway. So const post equals await db.post.find first where ID is equal to post ID. And then, we should also say if there's no post ID. Did I import something? No, okay. Thought I did. Return new response. We can actually copy this. So copy all of this stuff and then paste it here. So there we go. So now post ID we know is not null. And we'll say if there's no post, we'll also return a new response saying post does not exist or something. I'm going to say status code is 400. Okay, I think this is everything. So let's refresh. Should it be working now? Oh no, it shouldn't, because we haven't provided the ID parameter. So ID should be what should it be? The oh, we should get the post ID as well through props. So let's say post ID, which is a string, and then we can grab it here, post ID, and then we'll say the ID is the post ID, or I think we called it PID. Yeah, I think that's what we called it. PID is equal to post ID, and I think we need a, whoops, sorry about that. Let's go back. I think we need a an ampersand here for connecting the variables. And then where's our other page? Let's find it. So it should be in main, post, slug, and then this page. And then oh, we have to actually render the comments feed. That's why we didn't see anything. Oops. So let's go pass in the post ID, which is which is the params.slug, and then the session will be session. There we go. Now we have all the comments. So let's enter another comment, and then it's not going to show up immediately. We have to refresh, and it works. So the next thing we'll do is trying to make it show up immediately, have that instant feedback, because that looks better. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay, so let's work on improving our comments feed, because right now it looks a little ugly. So actually, the first thing before we make the instant feedback thing I was talking about, let's make a let's make a comments component. So similar to the post component, just name it comment component .tsx, and let's copy everything from the post component like that, and we'll rename this to be comment. That's not right. Comment component like that. And we'll change this to be comment component props. Let's see what we need. So we don't want to post, we want to have a comment, which will be of type expanded comment, like that, so we can remove this. And then is on feed, we don't need that. Session, we'll need that for the actions later, similar to the post, yes. And then this should be comment component props. Now let's move this to the side so you guys can see everything. Can we move this? No. Okay, so let's change this to say comment, and we're going to get a lot of errors, but most of these we can just replace post with comment. Well, so let's say comment .author ID, comment .author.name, and then we'll say comment created at a comment. So yeah, we can just replace this stuff. This should be the same as well. Post actions, let's comment this out, because we're going to create our own comment actions component later. And actually we don't need a link, and there's no title for comments, as I mentioned earlier. So in comments components, the content can't be empty, so we can just get rid of all that, and we'll change this to say comments component. And then for this, what's this? Oh, this says how many comments there are to it, so let's get rid of that. We don't need this, and I don't think we need this either, so let's get rid of all this. Okay, so that removed a lot of stuff. So let's get rid of these unused imports and go to our comments feed, and then what is this? Oh, let's just add post ID here. Yeah, so that error went away. And then now you want to, instead of rendering out this p tag, let's render out let's get rid of this. Let's render out a comment component, which we just created. So we're mapping out the comments, rendering these comment components we just made. So comment will just be comment, and then session is session. That's not right. Session will be session, like that. And then key will be the comment ID. Comment ID. There we go. That looks a little better. Although these are kind of close to each other. So let's see. Let's go here and create a div. And then let's create, let's move these over here. And then let's say grid flow row. So they're gonna flow down, and we'll just make a gap of 2. There we go. That looks okay. And then now we're gonna work on the instant feedback part. So you can see here, right now we still have to refresh, which is not good. So we're gonna make it so it doesn't. So let's close. What do we not need? We don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need this, or this, or this. So I think, so we know here we returned, that's not it, sorry. Well, we returned the comment ID after we created it, so we know, so yeah, let's just go. So const comment ID is equal to, I think it should be res.data, right? And then, so we need context now. So let's add that. So const context is equal to use context. So we're going to use context to communicate from the create comment form to the comments feed that a comment has been created. So then we'll do context.setValue. I would spread the previous value, context.value, and we'll we have to define a new thing. So let's go to our context here, and we'll say created, or let's say created comment or something. Doesn't matter. And we'll say comment ID, which should be string or null. So it can be null. Yeah. Okay, so created comment will be, a comment ID will be null, like this. There we go. So now we should be able to pass that in. Created comment will be comment ID. I think that's good. And yeah, this should all be good. So context set value, all this stuff. Or actually, wait, no, this isn't right. This should be comment ID. There we go. Because before we were passing in comment ID when it should be an object with the property comment ID. Anyways, so now we can check when this stuff updates. This is for deleting, which we'll come back to in a bit. Now we can check when a comment updates. So let's have a use effect. Use effect. I'll say const fetch user created comment. Basically, so we're gonna fetch the comment they created. I know you could like pass in the text they entered, but like sometimes it doesn't work, and it's kind of hard to work with. So we can just fetch it instead. Okay. So let's make this take in a parameter of an ID. So this is a comment ID, and we'll do const response is equal to await axios dot get, and we'll say slash API. So we're gonna have to create a new route, you guys. Comment slash ID. So there's going to be a route called ID, and we're going to say ID is equal to the ID, which is the comment ID. I just said ID a lot. Anyways, set comments to previous comments. We can get that and then create this. So we're going to put it at the top, so we can put it as the first element in this array. Oh, not data, sorry, res.data. And then we can get previous comments like that. Yes. And then we'll just run fetch user created comment. And we'll pass in the comment ID. So let's pass in context dot value dot created comment dot comment ID. And what's this saying? So it might be null. So let's make sure it's not null. Let's move this back a little. So if context.value.created comment ID is not null, then we know, we can do this, and the error goes away. So then, now let's create this API route real quick. So an API folder comments, let's create a new route called id/route.ts, and we'll say let's copy it from here. So copy all this, paste. So here we're getting by the comment ID, not by a post ID. So this is still a GET request. We just need the ID. So let's say ID, and we'll rename this to comment ID. So this is the comment ID we're searching for. So actually, I think we can get rid of most of this stuff. Get rid of all this. I will say if there's no comment ID, we'll return early, and we'll say bad response. So new response, bad request. That's what I meant to say. And the status code is 400. Yes. Okay. And then we just want to return we have to actually fetch the comment. So let's make a database call. So const comment equals await db.comment.find first, where comment, that's right. So where ID, equals comment ID, and then we'll select. Let's type this as expanded comment, just so we know what type we want. So select is, we want to select the author and the name. There we go. Alright, oh wait, we should do select here, I'm pretty sure. Move that up. And what's this? We're getting some kind of error. No. It's not assignable. Or null. Oh, so comment might be null, I think. So if we do or null, does that go away? Oh wait, let me read that again. So author name string. So the author part is not so type author name string. Okay, so missing. Wait, let's check our expanded comment type. Sorry. So expanded comment type saying we need all this properties along with the author name. Or it should be include. Oh, so this should be include. Sorry, because select means it's just selecting the author. Include means it's has the comment base properties and then also the author. So yeah, and then yeah. So okay, now we can say if there's no comment, we'll return new response saying comment cannot be found, or whatever. Found. So, and then we'll do status code of 400, and then we'll return the comment as response.json comment. So let's try this out now. So reload this, create new comment. Oh, that's not good, is it? Let's reload this. So what did we do wrong here? So we're infinitely fetching for this. So let's make this run once. Or we have to actually pass this in. So create a comment, that comment ID. So now this should only run once. So there we go. And it just said this, which is very nice. So next we need to do, let's look at our to-do list actually. So comments on post, we got that done. So 3 things left. We have edit and delete, and then voting, which is a pretty big one, and then the user profile. And then we're done. So yeah. So let's start working on editing and delete actions for comments. Okay, you guys, and now we're gonna work on editing and deleting comments, I think. Yeah, it's been a while, so I'm pretty sure this is what we're doing. So let's do deleting first. And the deleting is gonna be similar to the post where you delete it, and that X button is not working. So let's fix that. Let's find our delete post modal over here. And to just fix this, just say on open change to be the model.on close function. And then this X button should work normally. Yeah, so just, if you run into that issue, just do this. But now let's work on our delete comment model. So we're gonna need some, let's find a place with comments. This has a bunch of comments. There's no comment actions yet, so let's do that first. Let's go to the comment components, and this is where the post actions were. I'm gonna move this stuff a little bit so you guys can see better. Yeah, let's shorten this out. I guess prettier is formatting it this way. Whatever. Anyways, let's create the comment actions file. So new file, comment actions.tsx. Let's just copy everything from the post actions. So yeah, here we go. Comment actions, and just paste. So let's see what we need to change. Let's change this to be called comment actions. And then let's change this to be comment action props. Yeah, I think that should all be good. So just also rename this like that. I think that's all good. We'll change the props a little bit. This should be called comment, and this is expanded comment. I think so, yeah. We can also delete this expanded post import. Oh yeah, by the way, you can just say type since we're just getting the type. I don't think it really matters though. Anyways, so let's change this to be called comment is on feed. What's this variable for? This is checking whether it's on the individual page or on the feed. We don't need that, so let's just get rid of that. Get rid of it here. And then this on-click event, let's comment this all out for now. What else? We have edit. This should be called comment id.edit. And it should be /comments, right? And then yeah, I think this looks all good. And we're going to use the modal thing later for this, so we can keep that. So let's uncomment all this out. So I'm gonna select all this and paste it and uncomment. And then, yeah, I'm gonna change this to be called comment actions. The thing we just made, we need to pass in comment, which will be comment, and then we don't need this is on feed thing. And I made a spelling mistake, so there we go. Comment. So edit will bring us to this link, which we haven't made yet. We'll do that after delete, and then delete will do nothing because there's no on click. So next up, let's do let's make the delete comment modal. So okay, so let's go to our modal store. Should be around here. Let's see, hooks, yeah. So we can also have a delete comment property, which will be optional. And we're just gonna need the comment ID, I think. That should all be good. And then, yeah, I think that's all good. Okay, and then modal types, we can add another modal type, which will be called delete comment. So whenever you create a new modal, you need to make a new modal type. And then let's go ahead and uncomment all this. So yeah, let's delete everything in there, and let's say delete comment. Comment ID will be the comment.id. That's not right. Comment. There we go. And we wanted to open to the delete comment modal. And that should all be good. And we don't have that modal created, so let's not click it yet. So let's just do delete comment modal.tsx. And let's copy and paste all of this stuff from the delete post modal into here. And we can rename this the delete comment modal. And this should be delete comment to check if it's open. Let's get rid of all this stuff for now. Actually, we could probably keep most of this. So yeah, I think we can keep most of this. We just need to, let's see. Well, let's comment it out for now anyways. So comment all this out, and then let's say delete comment instead of delete post. And I think that's all good. So yeah, we can keep all that stuff. And then let's go to our modal provider. And we'll just add our delete comment modal. There we go. So if we click it, we have a delete comment thing, and this will do nothing, like that. But yeah, now we have this, so we can start working on the functionality of it. Let's go back here and do that. Okay, let's start working on the delete comment functionality part of it. So we have the modal, so let's uncomment everything inside this handle delete function. Let's see what we need to change. So we're looking for a comment ID, not the post ID. So let's call it CID. And it'll be from the delete comment property .comment ID. And we can change this to be CID. This API route is not right. It should be /API/comment/delete. And this should be CID. And then I don't think we need any of this. And let's separate this out a little bit. Let's set this to be deleted. Oh, we haven't created our context. This will be later if we want to show the deletion in real time by filtering out the deleted comment. So let's go to our context, and let's copy this and put it over here. So deleted comment, I'll say comment ID. And we'll say the deleted comment is, this comment ID is null. Okay, that's all good. And then let's say deleted comment, this should be this should be comment ID. And then this should just be comment ID from over there. Okay, nice. So let's start working on the actual API endpoint to delete everything. So let's create a new route. So delete /route.ts in our /API/comments folder. And let's copy everything from the post delete thing, because I think this is going to be very similar. And we'll just have to change a few things. So we can keep it as a delete function. Let's delete everything in here for now. Actually, I think we can keep the session thing. And let's say comments delete for the error message. And then, so we're passing in ID as a URL parameter, similar to the post delete. So we can just grab that. So const search params is equal to new URL, request.url, and then we can get the comment ID through that. So const comment ID is search params dot get ID, because that's what we called it in our API URL. Okay, and let's check if there's no comment ID. We want to return a message saying like bad request. So new response saying bad request. That's not right. Okay, and then we'll say status. That's not right. Status is 500. No, not 500. It should be 400. Okay. So then let's look for the comment we want to delete. And I think the first thing we should check for is if the person deleting it is the author of that comment, because only then they can delete it. So let's go ahead and say const comment to delete, and we're just gonna await db.comment.find first. Oh, that's not right. Comment, and we're gonna say where the ID is our comment ID, which we grabbed, and we're gonna say select the author ID. So we're going to compare these in a minute. And yeah, so let's do if the comment to, let's check if there's no comment. So if there's no comment to delete, we'll also just return a bad request. So let's copy this. There we go. And just paste it in. Yeah, that's good. And then now we know it exists. Let's check the author. So comment to delete that author ID is, if it's not equal to the session ID, then we're going to return a unauthorized thing. So let's copy this message back over here. Whoa. So let's copy this and then just go here and paste it. There we go. Now I'll give you guys some more space like that. Why is it? Okay. I think prettier is making it go to the next line. So let's put it in brackets. By the way, you don't need to put it in brackets if it's like one line. So yeah, anyways, let's go and so now we know they are the author, right? So now we can just go ahead and delete it. So await db.comment.delete where the ID is the comment ID. And then let's just return a new response saying OK. So now let's try deleting. So let's delete this comment. Let's delete. It won't show up, but if we refresh the page, it's gone. Okay, very nice. So next up, let's go to the thing that renders all the comments, which is our comments feed. And we can uncomment this. So we already made this from the post thing. So let's go ahead and uncomment some of this. So let's see what we need to change. I'll give you guys some more space as well. This is kind of cluttered. Sorry about that. Let's change this to be comment, deleted comment, dot comment ID. And we'll say comments dot filter. And we can also rename this. You don't have to. Oh, this should be called comment. But it looks a little nicer. And then here we do need a change to be checking if it's not the comment, the deleted comment ID. And then we can just set that to the updated thing. Set the updated thing to the comments. And we can also name this to be updated comments. So these are all the comments without the deleted comment. The comment with the deleted comment ID, if you know what I mean. And then we can set that deleted comment ID to be null, like this. And then we need to update our dependency array. So deleted comment dot comment ID. And also this should not be post, this should be called comments. There we go. So let's try deleting something like this. Press delete. There we go. Let's delete. And it does actually affect it, because if we refresh, it's still deleted. So yeah, we got deleting done. Very nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the edit comments. So let's go for editing comments. Before on the page thing, it would go to a new page /edit. We actually don't want that. I think we did set that though somewhere. So let's go to our comment actions somewhere. Let's close everything like that, and go to comments, comment actions. So let's make it, instead of opening a new link, we'll let's see, what can we do? So we want to make it actually change this comment component to look like an edit thing. So let's see how we should do that. And I guess we can like have a state the comment component is in. I think that would be a good idea. Let's close everything else. So comment component, yeah, we can make this a, whoops, we can make this a client component, because we're going to be using use effect. So use client, and then let's say const state, and set state is, whoops, is use state, and we'll say the state is viewing right now. Yeah. So then we'll have a comment actions, and we'll render different stuff depending on the state. So let's do, let's say when the, let's actually put it inside here. Let's do when the state is equal to viewing, which is like what it is right now. Then we'll render all this stuff. So let's select this and put it in here. And then we'll say when the state is, that's not right. Say when the state is equal to editing, or render, let's just render a p tag for now, saying you are editing. There we go. And then let's make it so we set our comment state through this. So let's make our comment actions require a set comment state or something prop. So let's look at the type of this. So set state, we can copy all this and just put it in here. So let's say set, let's move it down here. So set state is this type. And I think we can import this stuff from React like that. And then now we can pass in our set state. So set state is equal to set state. So we kind of have like this local state communicating between these two components. Yeah, and now instead of using a link, we can probably have, yeah, so instead of using a link, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that, and let's say on click, whoa, on click is equal to an arrow function because we have to do this because we're putting in the arguments, and that's not right. And we should say, oh, actually we need to grab it from here. So let's do set state here, and then yeah, so let's go here. Now we can set state to editing. And you could get better types. Right now I just have it set as string, but I don't think it matters too much. So let's see if this works. So edit, and now it says you're editing, which is very good. So instead of saying you're editing, we're going to have a form, which is probably better. So let's go ahead and say edit comment form.tsx, and we can copy everything from probably the post edit form. I don't know if this is good. I think post edit form is okay. So let's copy all this, put it into our edit copy form, and I'll say edit comment form. I'll say, whoops, sorry about that, you guys. Let's say edit comment form props. Select that and put it over here as well. And let's look at the default values. So default values, we just have content, and we should say comment ID instead. And yeah, let's change this as well, comment ID. Edit post validator. So do we need a comment post validator? Let's create that. Let's go to our validators in lib/validators and create a comment export const edit comment validator, like that, which will be a Zod object. And I think we're going to need a comment ID so we know which comment we're editing, which is going to be a string, and then some content. Let's just copy that from here like that. Yeah, I think that's all good. And then let's say the default, we have to change this up. So let's say the edit comment, no, that's not right, sorry you guys. Edit comment validator, like that. Yeah, so let's go ahead and say edit comment validator. Edit comment validator. We don't need this or this. Default values. Comment ID should be our comment ID, like that. I think that's all good. And the endpoint will be /comment/edit. Okay, anyways, let's go push. We don't need to push anywhere, so I don't think we need the router even. So let's get rid of some of these unused imports. We don't need use router. We don't need that. And I think that's all good. And we also don't need this entire form field because this just has content. And let's say submit. I think that's okay. I will say edit comment instead. So we don't need this comment either. I think that was shown before we used text areas. And yeah, so we don't actually have a way to switch back, so let's just reload the page. That should get rid of it. I'll say edit, and that's not right. So instead of saying that you are editing text, let's put in our comment form. So delete, and we'll put in edit comment form. I'll pass in the necessary props. Let's move this to the side. So we need what types? Comment ID will just be our comment ID, and then our default values will be an object with content being comment.content. Like that. That's very good. It has too much padding. I think that's because, yeah, we're wrapping it in all this stuff when we really don't need to. So let's go ahead and, let's just delete all this. I think that's probably the best thing to do. So now it's just a div. That looks okay. So edit comment, say new. Let's not press it yet because we haven't made the API endpoint. Oh, it doesn't really matter. If we edit it a little bit, it'll give us an error probably. Yeah, so that route doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and create it in our /API/comments folder. Make a new folder called edit with the route.ts. And let's copy the post edit thing because that's going to be very similar. So here, and it's going to stay a patch request. What else do we need? So let's change this to say edit comment validator, and we'll move that there. This should be called comment ID, I think. Yeah, I think last time we called it post ID. It doesn't really matter, but that means we have to change this to be called comment ID. And actually this should be called comment to edit, like that. So db.comment.find first. Yeah, and let's change this to be comment to edit, and then comment to edit, and then ID is equal to, actually let's name this to ID. I don't like it being called comment ID, so let's go ahead and change our validator real quick. I want it to match up. So this should be called, let's just call it comment ID, or ID, sorry, because this one's also called just ID. So let's close all this, close that, and then let's change this to pass in ID. ID will be called comment ID, and then yeah, this doesn't exist, so we'll just say ID. Let's move that over here, and then data is not right, so title is not a thing. ID should just be that. I'll say OK. Did we not say K in the other one? Let's go back. I guess we didn't. So let's go and change that. Say OK, and then this should all be good. Is there anything we need to change? I guess we can change this. So let's say comments edit. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. So new, let's reload all this. Let's say edit, new edited, submit. Oh, we got an error, 500. Let's check our logs. Did we get anything logged out? We're not found. Host. Oh, that's because we're updating a post that doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and say db.comment.update. I didn't notice that, because I think it didn't give us any errors, because this is more of like a logic thing than types. So now let's try it. The new edited. That's okay. No error. Let's reload. It works. Very nice. And it says edited. Very nice. Let's make it so real quick that it updates our thing. So where is it? So after, here it is. Sorry, you guys. So go to your edit comment form. So after it finishes we'll go to we'll just set state. Can we set state? Okay, let's make it so we have a set state thing. So set state is equal to the same as this one. So copy all of this and put it in here for the type, and just import these as well. So like that, and then we have to pass it in there, of course. So let's go ahead and say set state is equal to our set state function. And then once it's done, we'll do set state back to viewing. So once you're done editing, or actually we need to get it from here. So set state, sorry guys, if this is kind of hard to see, I think it's good now. And let's do set state is equal to viewing, like that. So now if you do edited to, it goes back to viewing. Oh, and we also need to change the content. So let's go ahead and say, let's go ahead and go const comment content, and then set comment content. It's going to be use state, and we're going to say the initial value is comment dot content. And then yeah, so then let's do we have to change this to be, instead of comment dot content, we need to make it comment content, which we just made, so it updates every time we set it. And then let's do let's take this in as well. So let's do let's copy this, paste it here, I'll rename this to set comment content. I think that's all good. So now we can save this and put set comment content is equal to set comment content. Very nice. And then before we set it to viewing, let's do set comment. Oh no, we didn't import it over here. So set comment content. And mine just formatted a little bit, so that's why it looks a little weird. I think I changed my prettier config to wrap shorter lines to, you know what I mean. So that's why it looks like that. And then we'll set it to our values dot content. I think that's all good. So let's try saying edited, say edited 3, submit, and it works. Let's say edited. Oh, that's not right. I was saying 2. That works, but this stays as 2. Oh, actually, I know why. So yeah, when we're passing in our default value, we're saying content is comment.content, which doesn't get updated. So instead, we should be passing in comment content because it's using use state, so it does get updated whenever we use the set comment content. So let's go ahead and say 5. There we go. And let's go ahead and say 6. And it all works very nicely. So that's editing comments done. So let's tick that off. We're almost there, you guys. We're very close. So let's comment this off. And now we just have voting and the user profile page. So voting is just going to be likes, dislikes on posts and comments, and then the profile page will be like users show their name and like show some of the posts they made. So that's all we have left. So let's do that next. Okay, you guys, I'm back. My recording kind of messed up, and also my mic broke, but I'm back with a new mic. I think it's a lot better because before I had to boost my audio manually, like when I was editing, and now it just sounds a lot better. I don't know why my other mic wasn't picking up any audio really. And also the recording failed, and so what I was doing was I was working on the voting. So I'll just tell you what I did. Yeah, it wasn't too much. So I noticed I actually changed our Prisma schema real quick. So what I did was I made everything there to be post likes and post dislikes instead of just having one like post vote. And same thing for comments. And then I had to change this. I had to change this, and I had to change that. And I added these, of course. Same with these. So that's just what I did. And then after you do that, you have to run npm or npm run migrate reset. And this is just to clear database after you change it. And then you can do npm or npm run Prisma. So this will just generate a new Prisma client that is up to date with your schema. You have to do that every time you change your schema. And then what I did after that was I changed this to include the votes, the count of the likes and dislikes. And then same with the API route. So this is for a single page. And then here is for, here's the API route. I also just added this likes and dislikes thing. That's it. And also another thing was I created a new component. What's happening here? Oh, this got deleted. So, okay, so let's create that again. I'll just create it right now so you guys can see. So post vote box.tsx. So just do, this didn't have much to do. Post vote box. That's not right. Post vote box, which will be a function component. Not like that though. I'm not exactly sure what happened here. So function component, and then we're just gonna have it return a div, and we're gonna say, it's gonna accept post as props. So post vote box, I'll just say props. It's gonna be a post, which is of type expanded post, and then we'll just pass that in there. And then now we can take post, destructure it, and we're gonna say likes is post underscore count likes, and then the dislikes will be like the same thing, but for dislikes. So like that. And then in our post component, I made, I put in our post vote box there. So, and that's along with the comments. So this thing shows the comments, and that's the post vote box. And I just put it in this div, and that's it. And I also created this, I updated this expanded post to be underscore count, include the likes and dislikes, and then the signed in vote to include, this is for later. If you want to detect if the user is signed in, we're going to check if the user has liked or disliked this post before and display that. So that's for later though. And then after that, you can just run everything normally. So npm dev and go to localhost 3000, right? So localhost 3000. And oh yeah, by the way, since you did migrate reset, everything got deleted. So, and you can check if you go to npm studio or npm run studio. I don't know why it showed up like that in my terminal. Everything is deleted pretty much. So yeah, and if you have like a past account, just do Control-Shift-J to open up the thing or inspect element, and then just go to application, right click and clear cookies, and then you'll see this is fixed. Now there's no user, because here there's no users, but it's still kept in our cookie from next auth, so it thought we were signed in, but we're actually not, because that user doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, that's all I did. And yeah, so just do all that stuff, which is just change up the schema and the types, and then just add that post votes box and update some of the fetching. But yeah, anyways, so let's move on to the next step. Okay, so time to work on the next step, which is actually liking and disliking posts. So we can get rid of this studio instance. Just close this, and then let's sign in. Actually, we need to create an account, so sign up. Let's just call it B throughout. Sign in. So now we're logged in as B, and let's create a new post. Like this is my post, and then submit it. There we go. So we can see it has 0 likes and 0 dislikes. The same here because we just created that post vote box component. So now all we need to do is let's see, we need to make it so you can like and dislike. Okay, so let's go ahead and create some things. So let's make a like button and a dislike button next to each other. So let's make a button component, and we're gonna do a span with the like count. So post underscore count likes, and we can do the same with the dislikes as well. So let's copy this and then paste it right next to it. We'll say dislikes instead. Okay, and then okay, let's put a thumbs up logo from Lucid React, like that. I'll say class name is width 4, height 4, and we can do the same. Whoa, so we can do the same here. So copy that and change this to be called thumbs down, right? And then we can make this grid, and whoa, I don't know why I lagged. Grid flow column, and then we'll do a gap of 1, place items center, and yeah, let's copy these styles for over here as well, and just close this, so delete that and put it there. And then also make this a grid flow column, have a gap of 1 as well, place item center. Okay, that looks okay. Yeah, that looks alright. And then let's make it so it has actually, this is good. Let's make each of these buttons a little nicer though. So let's add a border of 1 pixels, so you can't actually see it. So let's do BG white 500/40, and then dark, or sorry, so border zinc is gonna be 400. So that'll change the border like that. And on dark mode, it'll be border zinc 500. Okay, let's move this to the side. That's what it looks like. Let's make it rounded as well. Rounded. Let's add a padding of 1. There's padding of 1. Actually, let's make a padding x just 1, like that. That looks okay. Like that. Yeah, so let's copy this and put it for these styles as well. And let's make it, whoa, it kind of just closes the tags for me, which is kind of annoying. Well, we deleted that. Now both of these have that style. I wonder if we should make our comments look like that. Yeah, I think we should. So let's go to our comments component. Comments component. Or no, it's not there. It should be in post component. And let's just make it look the same. So yeah, let's actually, let's add a hover effect first. So go to the end of this line and just say oh wait, why does it say BG white? It should just be BG white. Actually, that doesn't look that good. So let's just say hover. Hover is BG black 20, but on dark mode, hover is BG white 20. I think that looks okay. And let's also add a transition. There we go. That looks alright. So let's just copy this and paste it again here. That's gonna autocomplete. So just delete that. There we go. Okay. So that's all good. And then we just go to our post components. Let's copy these styles again. So copy this line. I think this was a button. So just copy everything inside of the quotes like that. Copy that. And then paste it here. So this should look the same now. Okay, that's great. And then next up, let's go. Yeah, so let's make a way to like our post. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna get the initial likes, but when you like it, it's gonna update in the UI, but it's not gonna like fetch for more stuff, if you know what I mean. So let's actually make this a client component, because we're gonna be doing like set state and stuff like that. So let's do const like count. Like count is equal to, and also set like count is equal to use state post dot underscore count dot likes, and then same for dislike count. So let's do dislike count and set dislike counts, and this should be the post dislikes. And then we'll also make a has liked or has disliked later, but right now we're just going to focus on creating the dislikes and likes. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's work on creating the liking and disliking part. So let's do okay, so let's do const handle like, right? So when the user likes a post, this function is going to be run. So let's actually add that to our on click for handle like. Whoa. And we'll work on the handle dislike later. It's going to be basically the same. So we're just going to say handle like for on click, and we're going to do const let's do let's make this an async function, because we're going to do an Axios thing. So await Axios dot, let's import Axios like that, Axios dot post, and we're going to create a new API endpoint. So slash API slash post slash votes, let's do slash create. Okay, and I think that's good. And let's also make it so we can specify the type in the URL param. So we'll do type is equal to, say type is equal to dislike, like that, or no, it should be like, sorry. And let's actually, let's just wrap these in backticks instead, so it's a little easier to see what this says, and we can also change it for later. This doesn't do anything, but it's a little easier to read. And then let's say and then let's update the like count locally. So let's do set like count to previous plus 1, and we didn't name that right. So now this should all do this. And also we have to make sure that instead of rendering the initial likes, we also have to render the like count, because that's what's going to be changing because of the use state. And same for this, so change that to be dislike count. Oh, that should be called dislike count, and then let's jump here, dislike count. So let's create the API endpoint real quick. So in /API /post /votes /create /route.ts. So that's pretty nested. So just remember votes, create, route, right? Yeah, that's what we had here. And it should be /API /post. Okay. So let's copy some stuff from here. We're just gonna let's copy this. Doesn't matter. I'll put it in here and just change a few things. So this is gonna say post. It's gonna be a post request, and we can delete most of this stuff. So this should be called post votes create, and then let's get rid of everything in here. Get rid of all that. We don't need it. And then, so let's get the search params. So const search params is equal to new URL, I think. Request.url. And then we'll do const type, vote type is equal to post, search params get type, yeah, and then we'll check if vote type does not equal like, actually, so not in our types.ts we said like or dislike capitalized, so let's do that. So if vote type is not equal to like or dislike, or return new response saying bad request with a status code of 400. Actually, it's wrapping, so let's put it in brackets because that's a little nicer. Let's change this to be uppercase like, so it actually fits what we have here. And then so if vote type is equal to like, we're gonna do, or actually we should check if they're authorized first. So const session is equal to await. Remember to await it. Get auth session from lib/auth. And I don't think we need this expanded post type. And then if there's no session, I'm just gonna return an unauthorized. New response saying unauthorized. Unauthorized, like that, with a status of 401. There we go. And if the vote type is equal to like, we're going to do await. We actually need to include the post ID as well. So let's do that. So let's say post ID PID is equal to post.id, and say and, like that. So if you have multiple variables, just remember to put an and. So let's look for the post first. Yeah, so let's say post to vote on or something is equal to await db.post.find first, where the ID is post, or is the ID is the post ID. So let's actually grab that, put it over here, and we rename this to post ID is equal to search params.get PID, right? So then let's jump over here and look for the post with the post ID. Oh, and it can't be null. So let's check if no post ID, like that. We'll just return a bad request as well, like that. And that gets rid of the error. That gets rid of the error. So then we'll check if no post to vote on, or probably just say post doesn't exist or something. You guys can have more detailed error messages, but it doesn't really matter. So we'll just say post doesn't exist or something. And then now we know it does exist, so we can just vote on it. So if vote type is equal to like, we get types. We're gonna do await db.post post like. So we're creating a post like that create we have to put in data, and we need to add what do we need to add? We need the author ID, which is going to be the session.id, and then the post ID, which is going to be just the post ID, and you can put it in any order. Just remember to add that comma, and then yeah, and then we should also just do this. So if it equals dislike, oh, I think I pasted it twice, so just delete this, and then we'll return a new response saying okay. So this is our API endpoint. So now we can work on creating the post vote box, like actually liking and disliking. Okay, you guys, so next step is to work on likes and dislikes. Oh yeah, by the way, so I added this, move this over. So I added this thing where it's like, if there's a post like or existing post dislike, we're just going to return early and say you already voted on this post. The user shouldn't be able to do this, like, because the UI is going to not allow that. But in case something like this happens, we'll just add this. But now it's time to work on the actual showing, like, if you liked or disliked before. So let's do that. So let's go in our post route, and where's our post component? Post component, no, it's post vote box. So we have all this stuff here. Yeah, and we can actually add this function. So on click is equal to handle dislike for this dislike thing, but we're not going to click it yet. Oh, that's not right. Handle dislike, there we go. And then, so here all we need to do is include, if the user signed in, we're going to include whether they like the post or not. So let's go ahead and, let's do const session is equal to get auth session, and then there we go, and then const signed in, which is going to be a boolean, is equal to not session. So the first not kind of converts it into like a boolean, and then this not converts it like to the opposite, if you know what I mean. And oh, actually this is saying always true because we have to await this, because before it was a promise, so it always returned the same thing, but now it's a boolean. So yeah, this just lets us know if we're signed in. So let's say if signed in, we're going to do const post with signed in vote data. So that's pretty long, and we can do equal to post dot map for each post, and then we're going to do const post is, or sorry, const existing like is equal to await. So we have to make this async await post, or sorry, await db dot post like dot find first where the author ID is the session.id, which we know exists because they're signed in, and then where the post ID is the post.id, right? And then let's copy this as well for existing like or existing dislike. So existing dislike, and let's jump over here. Let's change this to be called existing. No, that's not right. Post dislike, yeah. And then so we'll say if existing like, I'll just return object, and we're going to spread in the we're going to spread in the post, so we can kind of copy all those properties, and then we're going to do signed in vote, which is an optional property. So if you look at our types.ts file, we said this is signed in vote is optional, basically. So that's what we have. And signed in vote is going to get type is like, because there's an existing like. And then we're also going to copy this for over here. So if it's an existing dislike, like that, and I'll change this to say dislike, like that. I think that's all good. Oh, and then we actually have to return it. So map actually returns something. It doesn't modify post itself. So we have to return post with signed in vote data. So return response.json post with signed in vote data. And then let's actually console. Let's delete all this. So let's console.log post with signed in vote data. Let's restart. What the shit? Let's delete all that. Let's restart this. Okay. So, it's undefined. And I actually kind of, sometimes this happens because we're using async. So this is actually a promise. You can see it's promise. So we have to await this. So we have to promise all, and then same here, promise all, and then still a promise. So I think we have to await that. And now it's not a promise. So now this should actually return something. And you can see, since we're logging it in our terminal, we can see it does include signed in vote, and it says type is like. But let's log out real quick, sign out. Load this. Actually, nothing is getting logged because this isn't even running because signed in. But if it was, but now we know it works, which is good. So let's just sign back in. I think we called our name B and B. There we go. And then let's do a property called signed in, which will be a Boolean. So, and then for our post vote box, so let's move this to the side, move this away, we don't need that. Signed in, and let's say we'll have a value to store has liked or has not liked. So has liked and set has liked, because when you like it or dislike it, we're going to be changing it in the UI, and we're not going to be refetching anything. So we're going to do useState. useStates, so post.signedInVote dot type is equal to or actually I don't know if we need to do has liked or has disliked and have two separate. You could also make it like current voted or whatever. Actually, let's just go with this. It doesn't really matter. So if it's like, and then also copy this over. Actually, let's do that. So let's do const vote signed in vote type and set signed in vote type is equal to useState post that signed in vote type. Right? So yeah, I think that's good. And also we should I just noticed we should do if not signed in, we should just return, because they shouldn't be able to like if they're not signed in. So if not signed in, return. And we do have backend validation, right? Yeah, we do. So if there's no session, return unauthorized. And then I think we also need to pass in whether the user is signed in or not somewhere. So let's go ahead. I think it's in our post component here. We have to say signed in is equal to, do we have a signed in variable? Signed in. No, let's actually pass in signed in through here as well. So let's pass in signed in from here, which is going to be a boolean. So we're going to pass down like a bunch of different components. And then in our post feed, we have to pass it down now. So, so let's do, okay, we can just say const signed in is equal to not session, like that. There we go. And then we can just say signed in is equal to signed in. And then we also have to do that in another place. We have to do that in our individual, like /post/slug. So let's just say signed in is equal to signed in. Or do we have the session? Yeah, we do. So let's just say not session. That's just quicker. Yeah, anyways, let's go. Where were we? Oh, we were working on the post vote box, this. So there we go. So let's do, okay, so yeah, let's close this. And let's say, well, this is a very long class name, you guys. But let's go cn, so to merge classes. And yeah, let's just worry about this one for now. So there we go. This is very long. And then let's say, signed in vote type is equal to signed in vote type is equal to like, and we'll do a ternary, and then we'll make it bg blue 500/20, and then border blue 500. So, whoa, and let's also do the other case, which is going to be just like nothing. So let's copy that, right, and then paste it there. Get rid of this extra space. So yeah, now it's blue because we liked it. Oh, and that hover is not right either. So let's do hover is bg blue 500/20. Does that look good? Oh, and let's do let's do this. So this means important, right? Oh no, I don't think you put it there actually, sorry. You put it here. And now it says important, so that should overwrite everything. Let's change this to be red to make sure it's working. Yeah, it does definitely work. I think that was just a bad color. So let's change this maybe to 40. So there we go. That looks alright. And let's also add a transition property. What is this saying? Transition. Oh, so I already had a transition. I guess that is kind of transitioning. Anyways, let's copy all of this, copy it, and then we'll do, whoops, let's copy that and let's paste it there. Oh, that's not right. So we have to add these brackets. So, and then also change this to say signed in type is equal to dislike. And can we, what is this saying? Like or dislike or undefined? Yeah, that works. I guess so. So that's what that does. So now let's create another post and dislike it. So I say dislike this post. And then let's dislike it. Oh, so after we dislike it, let's do set signed info type to dislike. And then let's go up here and do the same thing, but for likes. So like, there we go. Actually, that's strange. Why is it? Oh, I know why. It's because if we go to our page in slash post slash slug, we're not actually getting the signed in vote. So we have to do that as well. So let's close to the right. Let's go to our API slash post get. So let's just copy all this stuff. Yeah, I think we can just copy all this stuff. So only if they're signed in. And let's just go, let's go like that. And we can change this signed in to be like if not session. And we're only fetching for one thing. So we don't need this post on map. And this should be, the post ID is params.slug. Like that. So params.slug. Yeah, let's get rid of these extra brackets. Don't need. Whoa. Something's wrong here. I think we didn't format this. So where's, oh, we need a bracket here, like that. Okay, objects are not valid. Oh, it's because we're returning that. This shouldn't be returning. This should be post. Let's say post. Post is equal to. Can we do that? It's a constant. Let's do post. Let. Can we do that? Let's go with that. Unknown properties. Oh, let's say post is equal to post or expanded post. Expanded post. Null. Oh, we can say or null. And then what's this thing here? So type undefined is, so types of property ID are incompatible. Type string or undefined is not assignable to string. I don't know. I think we can worry about that later. Post is equal to, you know what? Let's just do ts ignore. And I think this should fix it. So now we know we've liked it before. Same with this post. What happens if we dislike it? Yeah, we can't do it because we don't have a modify route set up. So let's start working on that next. Okay, so let's work on this. So let's say, so this can be undefined. Let's change this to be, let's just copy that. Let's make a ternary. So if it does exist, we can just return it as that. Let's close this off. And let's say else, the type will be null. So now it's like, dislike, or null. And it doesn't really matter, but this is a little nice to look at. Oh, and it does that. So now let's do, so if host dot signed in vote type, if there's no, so this is if it's null, right? So this, if it's null, we're gonna do all of this, right? And then let's do another case. Let's return after this. Let's do another case is if host dot signed in vote dot type. Oh, this should be dot type, by the way. Oh wait, oh, that's not right. Actually, this shouldn't be that either. So this should be signed in vote type. Sorry, you guys. And then this should be signed in vote type, because this is the one in the use state. So if this is equal to, let's do like. So if you're trying to like it and it's already liked, we're gonna delete that like, actually, because that's how a lot of things do it that way. Like if you already like the post and you try clicking it again, it deletes it, kind of. And then for dislike, we're gonna have to make it so you adds a like and removes your dislike if you've disliked before. So so if like, we're actually going to make another route called delete, and I think we can just keep that there. And set like count, we're going to do -1, and then we're going to set the sign in vote type to be null, so that means you haven't liked at all, and then we can return after that. And then we're also going to make another case for disliking. So so if you disliked before and you're trying to like it, right, you want to delete, or we're going to make another route called modify, actually. So modify, and we want to change it to be dislike. So that's what we're going to do. And we can remove one like, but we're also going to, or actually no, this isn't right. This should still be like. So we're deleting the dislike vote and we're creating a new add vote. So let's go with that, and let's set the dislike count to previous -1 and the like count to previous +1. Yeah, I think that's good. And then we'll set the signed in vote type to be like. So all of these should either be like or null. And then let's copy all of this. So copy that, and we're going to do that for the handle dislike. So let's change this to be called handle dislike. And we can actually move this old stuff. Actually, we can move some of this old stuff. So we can go like copy this, and we can put it over here. Paste. Right, that should be good. But that's probably it. So then let's handle the other cases. Get rid of the old function. So these are very similar. And this is actually spelled, is this spelled right? This should be called handle dislike. Yeah, that's good. So, okay, so if the previous type was like, we should be modifying this. So let's change this to be called modify, and the type should be dislike, because we're changing a like to a dislike. And then we'll set the like count -1, and then the dislike count +1. Dislike count +1. This is all locally though, so this doesn't really matter. It's just to let the user know, like instantaneously. And then we'll set the signed in vote type to be dislike, right? And if it's dislike, we want to delete the old one. So this should be delete, and we should be changing. We don't actually need a type thing. Do we have a type on the other one? Yeah, we don't need that, so we should just delete it. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then let's go ahead and change the type to type to null, right? So, and we don't need that. Yeah, I think this is all good. So now we just need to make the /modify and /delete routes, and then that should be everything. Okay, you guys, let's start working on the delete and modify routes. So we just need 2 more routes. So okay, let's go ahead and not there. It should be here. Let's make a route called delete/route.ts, and we can probably copy everything from here, from the create vote, and paste it in. We're going to change the type to be delete, and then let's close to the right. And let's see, so delete is just taking in 1 param, it's post ID. Actually, that's not delete. This should also be sorry guys, this should be the delete method, and this should probably be the patch method. So I didn't notice that, you guys, my bad. And then this should be patch, and then this should be delete. Now, that's why I like to have my routes named like /delete or /modify, just so I make sure I'm typing in the right thing. Anyways, so we're only taking in the post ID, so we don't need the vote type. Really. And then, so don't need that. So we can keep that. So if there's an existing, we don't need, okay. Alright, let's delete this part where we create it. We don't need that. And let's change this error message to say, post votes delete. And then instead of giving a response saying you already voted on this post, we'll actually just delete it. So actually we should say if no existing like will return, actually no, let's just not return anything. So if there is an existing like, we'll just delete it. And same with the dislike. So we db.post like dot delete where the post ID is the post ID. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can just go there, and the author ID is the session ID. Like that. What is this saying? So, oh, we need to do that. So get rid of this. Get rid of that, and then we'll do this. So this is for like unique things. So the author ID is that, and the post ID is just that. And then we can also copy this for the existing dislike, right? And then like that. I will say if there's no existing like or no existing like, we'll probably return a bad response. But we don't want to do that early, because if there's no existing like, we don't want to return a response because there may be an existing dislike. So let's do so if there's an existing like, let's just return a new response saying okay, like that. And then same for here. Let's actually copy this line, and then let's just jump down here and paste that in. All right, very nice. And then so now we returned, so now we can just say return new response saying like vote could not be found, or yeah, vote cannot be found. And we'll say status code of 400. So that's our delete route done, I'm pretty sure. And let's create a modify route now. So modify slash route slash route.ts, like that. And let's just copy everything from here and go into modify. So I'll change this to be called patch, because this is a patch operation. And let's see. So we are accepting a type. So let's do const type is, let's change this to be called vote type. It doesn't really matter. Equals search params.get. Let's delete that. Get type. Yeah, that's what we called it, type. And then we can keep that. I'll say post to vote on. We can name that as well. And then existing like. So if existing like, we're gonna do delete, and then we're gonna do const. We're gonna do await db dot dislike, or post dislike, not create. So we're deleting one and then creating one. And we're passing our data where the author ID is our session ID, and then the post ID is just post ID. And then we can do that here. Or wait. Actually, with this way, we don't even need to pass in our type, do we? Yeah, I don't think we do. So I guess we could just change this. So now let's finish this for now. So let's say, so here we're deleting a post. Oh, we should be deleting a post dislike. Sorry. And then this should be called, we're creating a post like. So I think we need to fix this here. So yeah, this should be deleting a post dislike. Okay, there we go. So this actually doesn't need a type parameter. So let's just call this switch. So because we're just switching the types, so we don't need a type parameter. So let's go ahead and rename this to be switch or something, just so it's more clear. And same here. So switch, and we can delete this part. And this should all work, right? So let's actually open up PNPM Studio. So PNPM. I don't know why my terminal is like that, by the way. Like, I'm not sure why it like overran some of it. So let's go ahead and look at our post. Whoa, let's just maximize this, and we'll see we have one post like and one post dislike. For dislike my post, so let's dislike it. So let's press dislike. Oh, we got an error. Status code 400. Okay. So we just did a switch, right? So why is that happening? So let's go here, and so 400 could be from here. There should be a valid post ID. Post should exist. Our response could not be found. So existing like. Okay, you guys, let's try debugging this. So let's see, do we get to this point? So let's console log checkpoint or something, doesn't matter. Let's dislike, nothing is there. Let's actually check if this is even running. This should be. So yeah, let's just do console log test or whatever, and let's dislike this. This is not running right. Actually, is there any message in the console? So 400. Um, Error bad request. You already voted on this post. Oh, wait, that's not right. I think it's trying to do a create thing. So we're doing handle dislike, and we've already liked. So wait, let's make sure this is running. Let's get rid of our other console log. And this should be running client side, so we're gonna have to check our client side. So let's dislike, and we already liked, so this stuff should be running. And let's check our logs. Oh, what the? So this is just saying if signed in vote type. What if we do, we have to check if the type is equal to null. So equals null. Can we just do that? So should this fix it? There we go. Okay, you guys. And if we like it, there we go. So let's look at our Prisma thing. So let's move this over. So one post like, and if we do this and then refresh this, it's 0 post like and 1 post dislike. And if we click dislike with dislike already being disliked, if you know what I mean, and now have 0 of each, we can create one. There we go. And then do the same thing there. There we go. That's great. And now let's like it. And then let's sign in, sign out, and create a new account called C. Register. CC. There we go. That's not good. Host ID is null. So I think there's something wrong with our post fetching, with how we post fetch. So let's go to our route. So route /API/post. It should be this one. So let's get rid of Prisma Studio, and so post. Let's console log. Let's make sure we're making a request here, like that. Okay, so we are. Let's actually log the post that we should be receiving. So let's console log post. So now we, is anything being logged? So that's not right, is it? If signed in, let's console log our posts over here then. So here it's being logged, right? Here it's all working. But if we copy this, and I don't think we get to this part. Whoa. So let's console log saying end. We don't reach the end, do we? No. So okay, let's delete that, and let's say if signed in, and then we'll put an else thing, and we'll return response.json post. So is that working? No. Okay, so in our post feed, let's just console log posts, and just log post. Okay, so we have to do some debugging. So let's look at our logs, see what's happening. So post is coming back. And actually, let's hide these errors. So if you want to hide the errors, you can actually do console.error, and you can redefine it as just an empty function if you don't want to see all those errors, or you can just ignore them. Actually, that didn't work. Okay, well then we'll just probably have to ignore them. Sometimes you can do that though. So let's can we hide messages from that? And hide messages from this as well. Hide messages from that. So now we can actually see where post is. Let's just console log something. Maybe we have to move it up higher. So let's move it up to the let's move it to be inside of here. I think so. So post. Oh, actually, I know why we're not seeing it. It's because we hid it, didn't we? Let's get rid of all those filters. So let's just scroll and look for host is an empty array, and then it just breaks. So so we're not getting host ID. What if we're signed out? So what if we just like go to application and sign out? Then does it work? Then it does work. Okay, that's good. So it has to do with being signed in. Oh wait, whoops. Let's get rid of that. Let's go back to our route /post/route. So something's wrong with being signed in. Where session ID return a post. Well, let's sign this as B again. So let's log in as B. B completely works. Okay. So let's sign out. Now let's sign in as C. And C doesn't work. Okay, give me a moment, you guys. I'm gonna try to figure this out. Okay, you guys, I'm back, and I just found out the thing. So I just was thinking about it, and I was like, what happens if there's no existing like or existing dislike? Then nothing's getting returned in our array map function, right? So, yeah, if there's no existing like or dislike, just return post. Because I was thinking what's the difference between B and C is C hasn't liked or disliked anything. And I was like, that must be the problem. So, so I just had this return post at the end if there's no existing likes or dislikes. So now everything should work. So this goes up to 2, this could be 1, and if you refresh it, that's not right. Okay. That's very strange. Oh, I think let's unlike it all. I think that was just a rare thing that happened. No, it's not. So apparently if you dislike it, let's go back here. Apparently if you dislike it without liking it before, it turns into a like. So let's go in our handle dislike function. Move this over, move this over, and let's see. So in our handle dislike, if there's nothing previously, wait, so let's unlike this, and then dislike it. It creates 2. So this part looks all good, right? This part all looks good, but I think it's something to do with our API. So let's go ahead and search route. We have a lot of routes, so let's look for /post/vote/create. I think create, and let's say if vote type is equal to dislike. create, oh, that's because we're creating a post like. It should be post dislike. There we go. So if you guys are having that problem, just make sure you did this right. So now let's vote on nothing now. And now that works normally. Okay, very nice. So we just got the post likes and dislikes done. So that took a while, but now it's good to have. Now we just have comments to do, so we can work on comments in a bit. So that's very good. So we got likes, dislikes sorted out, and then let's work on comments, like and dislikes, which is pretty much the same thing. We just copy the post vote box into a comments vote box, and then after we just have the profile page done to do. So yeah, let's work on comment voting next. Okay, so what's this? So what we have next is we need to make the same thing but for comments. So you can see, oh, there's a bunch of comments here. I don't know why I did that. I don't think it matters too much because it's not happening again. Anyway, so let's work on the comment part. So it's going to be the same thing pretty much. So let's close everything for now. It's kind of messy. Let's close all that. We can keep this open because we're going to copy from it. And then we're going to do comment vote box. So okay, the same thing. I usually like to have like two different ones, even if they're very similar, because I don't like having one thing because it's kind of harder to maintain if you have like one component that like is supposed to work everywhere, if you know what I mean. So that's why I have it separated into post and comment component for the vote box and for everything in general. So anyways, let's rename this to comment vote box, and this should be comment vote box props, right? So copy that and then paste it there. We, instead of a post, we're accepting a comment, which we have typed expanded comment, and we can delete this import. So let's go jump here. Oh, I just jumped to the wrong spot. There we go. So delete that and say comment. And most of this stuff is going to be roughly the same. Can we do like a quick replace? So post, replace post with replace with comment. So do Control F to open up this menu, by the way. Can we just go like that, that. There we go. And it's giving us this error saying that doesn't exist. So let's update our types, .ts, and say underscore count. And we also have to update the API route. But we don't have to update like anything else because our we don't have an individual comment page like we did with the post page. So we can just have likes is number, dislikes is a number as well. That's all good. Okay, and then let's go ahead and we also need a signed in vote as well. So let's copy this property and just paste it into here. There we go. And what is here? Oh, this is comment. This is not a route. I guess I replaced that. This should still be post, and this should also just be post. Everything else looks all right, I think. And also we do need to change these routes. So we're actually, yeah, we did change it. So it should be /API/comment/votes, not /post/votes. Yeah, so let's go to our comment component and let's create let's just create a let's create okay, so actually below here let's add our comment vote box like that, and pass in comment is comment, and then signed in is equal to not session. There we go, because signed in is a boolean, and it's saying undefined. That's because we haven't updated our API route, I'm pretty sure. So comments route, so here we just need to add some stuff. So let's minimize this. Actually, yeah, let's close everything else, except let's actually search for the /API/post route, because that's going to be basically the same as this. So we're going to want to include account property. Whoa. So count, and we're just going to want likes and dislikes like we defined in our types file. So likes is true. Oh, it's not right. It should be select, sorry. So likes true, dislikes is true as well. And then that's not right. That we can fix that later. Let's focus on making the API route, and then we'll say we have to get if you've disliked it before. So this is kind of what we did here. So let's copy and paste all of this, right? So let's copy and paste that. Delete this line, we don't need that, and we'll start working on everything. So first it's saying signed in is not found. So let's do const session is equal to await get auth session, and then const signed in, so boolean is equal to not session. Okay, and then post does not exist. We're working with comments right now, so comments.map, right? So, and then this should be comment for each comment, and this should be comment like defined first, where the comment ID is where did post come from actually? Oh, post is from this, so that's not right. So this should be comment ID. I just wondering, like, where did comment come from? You know what I mean? And then this should be this should not be post either. What the? So can we type this actually to be a little better, to be expanded comment array? So now it forces us to do that. Change this to be comment. So what is this saying? Post ID is declared here. I don't know. We'll worry about that in a bit. And then this should be comment dislike. And then this should be comment ID. And this should not be post. That's why it's giving us that error. Now it should be return comment in case you couldn't find an existing like or dislike, and now it gives us that error. And let's actually type this as well, just so we get a little better types on this stuff. And then here we want to be returning comments, and this should, let's rename this to be comments with signed in data. So copy that, just change that to be that, and I think that's everything we need here. Yeah, so that's everything. Nothing's gonna happen because we can't like or dislikes yet, but what we can do is we can fix this strange CSS thing. So let's go to our comment vote box like that, and let's just change this to be actually no, let's go to our comment component. I think that's where it's breaking. Comment component, it's, yeah, so let's wrap this in a div, and let's just say class name is with max, and that fixes everything. So next up, all we have to do is create the API endpoints to actually for these to work, and we can pretty much copy them from the other thing. So we're getting close to finishing, you guys. Okay, you guys, so let's get rid of this console log. I didn't even notice that. Okay, anyways, as I was saying, let's create the API endpoints for all this stuff. So the /create, /switch, and /delete. So yeah, so let's go on our API. Let's minimize everything, and let's actually close all others, just to keep things nice and clean. And then our app folder API. Let's open up hosts and let's go to comments. So let's create a new route called votes, and then we're going to create a let's do the create route first. So let's do create/route.ts. Let's copy everything from the post version, which is post somewhere that's in components. Sorry, it should be here. So post, so /API/post/create route.ts, and we'll just paste that in, and this will stay a post operation. And that's not right. This should not be it. So this was in, oh, this is for creating a post. We want to create a vote, so it should be here, you guys. So just make sure you're copying the right thing, and then keep all this. Let's change this to be called comment ID, and then whoa, so comment ID, comment ID, and then let's change this to be a comment ID. And comment ID doesn't exist as a property, so we have to change this to be comment like. That should fix everything. I can rename this to be called you already voted on this comment. Same here, by the way. So name that, and then name this to be comment dislike, right? And then this is comment ID. This is comment ID, and this should be creating a comment like, and this should be creating a comment dislike. All right, and then this is comment ID. We can also change this error message to be comments votes create. Oh, this should be comment to vote on. That should be lowercase as well, and then this should say comment. So yeah, so comment to vote on, and then change that message to say comment doesn't exist, you know, if it doesn't exist. I think everything should be good here. So let's like something. There we go, it worked. Refresh the page, and it works. And let's actually open up PM Studio. I'm not sure why it looks like that. Okay, so let's move this. I don't know why my terminal does that sometimes. Maybe because I customized it or something. I'm not sure. So let's go here. Let's open up a new tab. Comment like. We have one comment like, so that's working. So now let's work on the modify and dislike, which we'll do at the same time. So let's do, or not modify and delete. Sorry. So let's do delete first. So delete /route.ts. Let's copy it from here. So copy all this, paste it in, and let's see what we need to change. So this should be comment ID, and let's actually rename it to CID later. So we'll have to change that in our post vote box component, but that's okay. It's not a big fix. So this should be comment. We're looking for a comment, and the ID is the comment ID. Comment to vote on. I'll say comment doesn't exist. Then it should be comment like, comment ID. This should be comment like, this should be author comment ID, right? Comment right. There we go. And this should be comment dislike, comment ID. Whoa, comment dislike, and then same here. We change this to be comment ID there, and then comment ID. So that's a lot of replacing. Yeah, I think this is all good. And then let's change this to say comments underscore votes delete. And then let's go and find our comment vote box, right? And let's change these to say CID, just so it sounds nicer, and we can, like, differentiate just through looking at this URL. So CID and CID, there we go. And then let's create a modify route. So let's open up votes, the post votes, or actually we call it switch, sorry. So let's open this up and close all others. And then let's create a new one in our comments/votes route. So this one's going to be called switch/route.ts. And let's copy and paste all this. So copy everything in our post one, and we can just put it here. Keep most of this stuff. So this should be comment ID, right? And then CID. Wait, did we do everything right here? Or no, not there, sorry. In our delete. Let's just make sure. I think everything is right. And then let's just start working on this now. So comment ID. This is comment to vote on, which is going to be a comment we're looking for. And ID is comment ID. I'm going to change that. Say comment doesn't exist. And let's just go here. And we're going to be looking for a comment like, where the ID is a comment ID. And then here's a comment like. This should say comment like. This is a good thing. You can like, you write it once, but like you can kind of copy it over. So yeah, I mean, you could write it other ways where like you what's the word, where you don't have to copy things over. Like you have like one vote and it can be working on post or comments, and you can even make it like support both types, but it's kind of hard to do with Prisma, if you know what I mean. So yeah, anyways, I was speaking and I kind of forgot what I was doing. So let's just keep doing this. And this should be where comment ID should be comment ID. Oh, it doesn't tell us. So we have to change this first. So there we go. And then this should be author ID underscore comment ID for the property. Comment ID. And then here as well, comment like. So comment ID. There we go. Is that everything? I think so. So let's try liking and disliking a bunch. Like, oh, we got an error. Status code 400. Let's close Prisma Studio. So why is this happening? Bad request. So we're trying to do switch. So bad request. Wait, let's open up our vote box, our comment vote box. Let's make sure we're passing in CID everywhere. We are. So, okay, well, let's just log everything out. Let's move this away so we get some more space. Same here. So in our comments switch route, right? So comment ID, let's log. Do we get to here? Console.log checkpoint, right? So let's open up terminal here. And let's dislike one error. And oh, okay, so wait, let's, we're trying to create a dislike. So we shouldn't be looking at switch, we should be looking at create. So let's go to the route called /comments/votes create. So if there's So actually we can look at the logs. So let's do Control Shift J and let's look at 400 bad request. So it just says bad request. So no comment. Oh, this should be CID. Sorry, you guys. So we were putting in CID, but we're still looking for PID. So we're looking for CID now. So now it works. Right, yeah. And this works here too, and here. And if we refresh the page, here we can, oh. So we can't switch it. So why is that? So, okay, this should be on our switch thing. Checkpoint is being reached. Okay. So existing like. So right now it's liked, right? So if there's a like, we delete that comment. Oh, this should be comment dislike dot create. That's right. There we go. So now let's do that. There we go. Reload it. There we go. And that's not right either. So I added a comment dislike, but it didn't say it was ours. So now I'm assuming it's giving us an error saying that we already voted, but it's not highlighting in blue. Okay, so let's minimize this. Let's go to our comment to vote box. So if we do that, okay. Oh, is it because are we? Wait. So you guys, let's go to our route. I know we have a lot of things called route. So let's go to our app/API/comments. Just this one. So are we passing in a signed in vote type? Let's console log. So yeah, let's just console log this. Console log test or whatever. So okay, so let's check here. So let's do console log existing dislike. So well, let's console log the existing like. Existing like. Okay. So we're not getting any of that. So let's go at the bottom and console log existing like and existing dislike and some random string as well, just to make sure something's appearing. So both are null when they definitely shouldn't be. Let's open up Studio and look at our comment dislikes and likes. So open this up, close this. I don't know why these tabs aren't expanding. Anyways, comment likes and dislikes. That's not right. Comment like. So we should have one comment like. So it says that we've disliked. So there's no comment likes actually. Nor are there any comment. Oh, there's 2 comment dislikes. Right? What does it say for the author ID? That's our author ID, right? And let's log our. Let's close this down a little bit. Let's log our console log session.id. Right? So let's open this up. That's our session ID. So we are the author ID of that. But why is it not finding it? So, oh, this should be comment ID. Comment.id. There we go. I was like, why is that not working? There, that fixed it. So if you guys run into that issue, make sure you're looking for the comment ID where the thing is. It couldn't find the existing dislike, but it did work for existing likes because this was named right. So now let's try everything out. There we go. And it persists because it actually does update. And same here, we can unlike it. There we go. And if we check here, there should be 0 dislikes and 1 like. Yeah, so we finished comment likes and dislikes. So yeah, that was actually quite a lot of stuff we had to do. But now we can cross this off. And all we have left is the user profile page. So yeah, we can get started on that. Okay, you guys, so let's start working on the user profile page. Last thing on our list. So let's close what's this? Save changes. So let's close everything and let's close everything. So here when we want to click on B, we want to go to their profile, so or whatever their username is. And also here it says view profile, we want to make that do stuff. So we'll just, that's not too bad. So we'll go into user options. That's the first thing. And we should do let's do yeah, so let's do router.push. Oh, we don't have router, so this is already a client component. So let's go ahead and say let's say const router is equal to use router, so which is for client components. And let's make sure that's not the right place. So you want to import it from next/navigation, not next/router, otherwise it's not going to work. So I don't know why they still have that, but whatever. So router.push is we're going to push, it should be a string template. We're going to go to /profile, or we can name it whatever. Well, I think profile sounds okay. So /profile/ what do we have? We have session, so we can just get the session ID. This is also the user ID. And so if we go here, we get pushed to /profile/ that. I can move this over so you can see better. And that looks okay. And we haven't made that route yet, but we'll do that in a bit. And then we also want to make it accessible through clicking on a post component. So all we have to do is find here, it says author name. And oh, we already had it, right? Yeah, we already had it. What about comments? If we click on a comment, does that bring us there? It does. Okay, so we don't need to change any of that. So let's just start working on the profile page. So yeah, so let's go ahead and create a new route, an app. In main, let's create profile and then new page. We're going to do in slug in brackets, which is a folder, not route, sorry, it should be page.tsx. And we're going to do const page. We don't need to make it a function component because it's going to be async. So let's just return a div for now. And actually let's go ahead and say page props params and then slug, which is of type string, and then we can get params through here and then use our type page props. And we're just going to render params.slug. And then this is also going to be a default export page. So there we go. We got that done. And then you can actually, let's see. You can, okay, so we can make this async. So get const user is equal, let's close this off, same here. So we get more space, await db.user, have to import db, await db.user.find first, where the ID is params.slug, and let's say if there's no user, we're just going to return early, saying this profile doesn't, oh, what's this saying? I guess we can go at apostrophe. So this profile doesn't exist or cannot be found. So go like that. And let's type in, let's go to our URL and type in something that's obviously not going to work. And here we go. And let's also center this as well. So let's say class name text center. There we go. You can't really notice, but you know, it doesn't matter. Anyways, so let's go back to actual valid route. So let's minimize this a little bit, and let's put this in brackets as well. And then let's say, what do we need? We're only going to select a few things from it. We don't want to select everything. So let's select not email or password. We don't want that. We want to select the name, I guess. Name is true. Is there anything else? I don't think so. We're going to make a post components later showing all the users post. So here we're going to say user.name. Let's style this a little. Let's wrap it in a p tag like that. Let's open this up a little bit, put that in there. Let's say class name font semi-bold, and then class name on mobile, let's make it p2, but on bigger sizes p0. So now it's that. That looks okay. And then let's get a few other things. Let's get, can we get count? And let's get the count of posts. So let's get their total posts. So, and we can also get a created at as well, I guess. So let's get created at true. There we go. And then let's put a span, and let's say joined user.created at. Oh, and let's do, whoa, not toString, like that. And then let's format it. I think we called it format, what do we call it? Format date ago. There you go. Just import that and then wrap that around it. Joined 1 hour ago. Yeah, sounds about right. And then we don't need another one of these. Let's do span. Let's say how many posts. So we'll say user underscore count posts. I'll say post. And let's actually make this a div, and actually we don't need to make that a div, do we? I think we can just make the outer div one. So let's make grid flow row with a gap of 1, like that. That looks okay. And oh, by the way, you can do like, whoops, you can choose to show the s or not. So like you can say user dot underscore count underscore count dot posts equals 0. So if it equals 0, or if it doesn't, or equals 1, then we'll return nothing, right? So we'll say 1 post, but if it doesn't, we'll say like 2 posts or 0 posts with the s. It's not like a huge deal, but it's kind of nice to have. And then yeah, so we have that. And then let's go ahead and create let's create the big component, which is the post thing. So let's create a new thing in our component / post folder called user post feed. So this is all posts coming from this user, and we can just copy everything from post feed. So copy, paste, just rename this to be user post feeds, user post feed props, user post feed props. There we go. That's really all we need to. Actually, let's change a few more things. So in our route, let's say actually we do need another thing. We need to say a user, which user ID, which is going to be a type string, and we're going to say all posts come from this user. So let's say where the author is equal to and let's put an ampersand. Let's actually get our user ID, and where the author is equal to the user ID. So we're going to have to change our API thing a little bit. Let's move this off to the side. Same here. We can't do that. Anyways, and then we'll say author is equal to, or author is equal to user ID. Anything else? And then add user ID to the dependency array. There we go. So that should all be good. And then let's render out a, where were we? Let's render out user, and let's make this gap of 2 actually. I think that's what we had it for the user, for the post feed. So user post feed, and let's say user ID is equal to params.slug, and then session is equal to session, and we're getting session server side, so let's just grab that. Click on session is equal to await get auth session, like that. There we go. And oh, we have padding here. That's not good. So let's remove that, and let's put a div here, and we can move everything except for the post feed there. So class name p2, but on bigger devices we don't want any padding. Yeah. So this is what it looks like on bigger devices. This is what it looks like mobile. And then for our post feed, we want to fetch all users from this post. So you see how we're coming from C? Oh, actually that should be a grid as well. Hang on, you guys. This should be a grid. So grid flow row with a gap of 2. There we go. And it's coming from B because that's all posts. We want it just to come from the user C. So let's create a new post as C. So this is from C, right? And then if we go to C's profile, it shows everything. We just want to show this one. So let's work on that next. Okay, so to do this, let's go ahead and let's go to our route, our API route where we get the posts. So slash API slash post slash route.ts, close everything else, minimize that. And in our find many thing, all we have to do is add a where option. So okay, so if actually first thing we have to do is say author ID. So let's change this to be author ID, and I think we called it author. So if so okay, I think we can put this all in like one statement, one declaration, but it's gonna look a little messy. So let's try it though. So if there's an author ID, we're not gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this, right? And then we'll have a ternary. There we go. That looks a little goofy, you guys. So, but this is basically saying if author ID, we do const post is equal to that, otherwise it equals there. So yeah, if author ID is null, we'll use that. So yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and say where the author ID is just author ID. And actually let's check if the author exists. So first const author is equal to await db dot user dot find first. So actually let's do if author ID. So author ID is not null. We're gonna do all this stuff, right? So we just want to make sure author exists. So where actually I don't know if we really need to do all this stuff. I think it just return an empty array then. And now let's reload this. It's all posts from C, right? And then if we go home and look at B, it's all posts from B. So yeah, we basically got all of this. Basically got all of this done. So that was a pretty sudden finish, you guys. I don't know how long this took. I think I'll have to look back at the recording. I'm probably gonna cut out some bits. Actually, I don't think I will. But yeah, that's how many steps is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 steps. Now that's good. So yeah, this is pretty much it. Alright, you guys, one last thing I wanted to mention, I just want to do is we can make the SEO a little better. So like if you click on a post, it says like the title of the post, similar to how like YouTube does it. So all we have to do, and this won't take very long, is just go to the route slug, right? And oh yeah, this is good. This is all very long. Anyways, so in next, like you can choose a metadata like dynamically. So export async function. I was just looking at the docs, by the way, if you're wondering where this is from. So metadata, generate a function. You have to name it metadata and then params, destructure that, which will be of type page props. We can just reuse that. And we have to return a promise, which is of type metadata, which I think next should give to you. Let's close this off, by the way, you guys, and move this off. And then all we have to do is const. Whoa. So const. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Sometimes prettier is just like formatting away and nothing's happening. So const. Okay, you guys. Let's see if prettier will finish formatting. This takes like a few minutes. I'm not gonna lie, VS Code is kind of slow, you guys. I'm like, can I type? There we go. It does it all at once as well. This is kind of annoying. But that's just what VS Code does. I don't know if that happens to you guys. If you guys are using prettier, let me know if it just freezes up sometimes. Anyways, so const post is equal. This is post, right? Yeah. Is equal to await db not post not find first like that. There we go. Where the ID is the params dot slug, and we're just gonna select the title, right? And then or actually we can just we can get the content as well, and we're gonna say if there's no post, we're gonna return a string saying, it's a title. It has to be of type metadata, saying not found, or saying post not found. And then otherwise we'll just return title saying post dot title, and then I think it's called description is post dot content. So you can see you can see here it says this is from C, right? And if we go home and go on another post, it says dislike this post, right? Very nice. And then let's do the same thing for users real quick, and go to users. Let me try to find it, you guys. Oh, it should be profile, sorry. And then here we can do the same thing where we write export async function, generate metadata with params destructured, page props, and then let's actually type this to be promise of type metadata. You don't have to do this, but like it's pretty useful because last time we almost wrote it wrong and we would have not known. So anyways, const user is equals to await db.user.find first, where, so oh yeah, by the way, this stuff runs on the server because it's dynamic. So you can just do these database queries directly in the generate metadata, and where the ID is params.slug. There we go. And let's just select let's select the name only. I think that's all we need. True. And then let's just change the title. So if no user will return title saying user not found, and then if there is a user, we'll return the title object with a object with the title property saying user dot name. There we go. So if we click on C, that is not right. There we go. I think I had to refresh it. Let's click on B. Yeah, there we go. So now it all works. And we're done. Very nice. One last thing I wanted to mention is if you guys want to like actually deploy this, I'm not going to show you guys in this video, but you could probably deploy it through Vercel. But one thing you'd have to change is in your env, you have to change your database URL because this isn't going to work, by the way. So because this is localhost, obviously it's not going to work. You want to find probably like a online like cloud kind of database that you can just link to. So yeah, anyways, I'd probably deploy it through Vercel. And for the database, you can probably use like PlanetScale or some other database. It doesn't matter as long as it's MySQL, so it fits that. And also you have to make sure to run the pnpm Prisma generate thing, or whatever the your generate command is, before you start it up. And that's pretty much it. And you can deploy it all in like one, because Next has the backend and front end combined. It's just one command. Well, besides the pnpm Prisma generate, you just have to do like next build and then start. So yeah, deploying it on Vercel is probably the easiest option. So you can try that if you want. I'm not going to, because I don't really feel like it. This is not exactly like anything too important. So I just know it works now. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say. So yeah, bye you guys. So bye.